here we are at Mograph Volumetrics V1.0. Hope to be more V's in the future, because I'm sure this is going to be a really cool one. I'm sure many of you have seen Amy's work before. It's been published all over the place. So I'll introduce Amey, who's the founder of, how do you say it as your name, or do you actually just say Amazing Architect?
Yeah, it's Amazing Architect, but
I mean,
I'm not a big fan of that name, but yeah, whatever.
But it works so well with your name. And MArch
Yeah, I'm
Architecture
stuck with
Design.
it. So,
yeah, I mean, it works good. MArch Architecture Design at the Bartlett. Amey is an architect, photographer from Mumbai, India. He graduated with his master's degree in architectural design from the Bartlett University College London in 2011. His past workplaces include RMJM London and RTA Office Shanghai. Amey started his Instagram blog, Amazing Architect, in 2018, where he develops and publishes his architectural design work using Cinema4D and Octane Render. Through his work, Amey is constantly experimenting with different architectural themes such as neo-brutalism, utopianism, and parametricism. Having lived in China for 5 years, Amey's work is also influenced by East Asian architecture. Over the past couple of years, his Instagram blog has attracted over 100,000 global following, and many of his projects have been published in prominent publications in the world, like Hypebeast, Signboom, Art Daily, and Zine. So, without further ado, I'll hand it over to you, Amey. I'll be here the whole time. Cinema4D is one of the softwares I've never even opened before, but I'll be watching and trying to help. If anyone has any questions, please make sure you ask the questions in the Q&A so we can keep track of them. Yeah, if you need anything, Amey, I'm here. Just call me out. And when you want to take your break, go for the breaks. And also, I'll just remind you, it's usually better if you turn your camera off while you're doing the tutorials. You can keep it on if you're doing like an intro. Just usually makes the software run better in the screen share.
True.
Cool. Well, I'll give it over to you now.
Yeah, thank you. So first of all, Michael, I want to thank you for having me here. I mean, we talked about this 3-4 months ago, and finally we are here, and I'm pretty excited to share my knowledge with everyone. And thank you everyone else for joining. Earlier Michael mentioned that Cinema4D is not a very common software in architecture field. He himself has never opened, and that's a common theme everywhere. It's a software that is mostly used in visual effects, movies, animations, not in architecture at all. So when I came across this software about 3-4 years ago through the work of Beeple, also known as, Mike Winkelmann, also known as Beeple. I'm sure every one of you has heard of him.
Probably everyone knows him by now.
Yeah, like
if it was like a few months ago, maybe not, but
yeah, he just blew up the internet with his NFT listings. And so I started following his work, very, very inspiring work. And back then I was using Rhino Grasshopper a lot. And what really sucked about that was lack of animation tools in Rhino and like ways of making cool parametric animations. And Cinema4D, when I looked at it, I thought, okay, maybe this could bridge the gap for me. And I started playing with it, and now I'm fully using Cinema4D for everything except drafting. I wish that was part of Cinema4D. Anyway, so let's quickly jump into the software. And like as probably you have already read in the chat, that you guys are all welcome to follow along, but it's gonna be like a pretty large webinar, mostly more than 5 hours. So, and it will be difficult for you to follow me along at every step. So you guys are welcome to go back to the recordings in future and get a better grasp of things. Today you are, it'll be okay if you just sit back, relax, and observe what's going on. I'm going to throw a lot of concepts and different methods out there. So it's going to be overwhelming. It's going to be a bit confusing. So I'll try my best to keep it as clear as possible. And okay, let's dive in. So I'm going to stop my video and start sharing my screen. Here you go. Can everyone see? Michael, can you see the screen?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, cool. Yeah. All right. So yeah, we have Cinema4D open, and I hope most of you have already installed on your computer, and I hope it's working fine. So let's quickly start with a introduction of the interface. What you are seeing here is basically a viewport, a common viewport. I'll just click on the cube and I will rotate around with my middle mouse button. Now, Cinema 4D, I think, does have a different navigation shortcuts. So if you want to like adjust them to your own liking, you can go to Window, Customization, Customize Commands, or there is a shortcut for it, Shift F12. And there are two fields here, name filter and shortcut filter. So in the shortcut filter, if I just click my middle mouse button, it shows me the command associated with it, so which is rotate camera. Okay, actually there are, if I make this bigger, yeah, there are many shortcuts uh, attached to it. So anyway, middle mouse button is rotate camera, move camera is shift and middle mouse button. Okay, and of course the zooming in is the scrolling of your mouse. You can do the same thing from here. This is move camera, rotate camera. Okay, and you can simply use your scroll to zoom in and out. If I click the fourth one, then it shows me all the viewports, perspective, top, right, front, and each one will have now their own navigation buttons here. Okay, mostly we will be working in this perspective mode. I have set up a shortcut called Alt middle mouse button to quickly switch between the. So again, if I press Shift F12, it also shows me here. I go to shortcut filter, Alt middle mouse button. Yeah, the name of the command is toggle active view. I will try my best not to use shortcuts today so that you guys are not confused as to what's going on. But yeah, at any point, if you guys feel that, if I'm using too many shortcuts, please let me know. On your left top, just above the viewport, you have a display tab. And if I switch to ground shading lines, it will start showing me the edges of the cube. If I move to the ground shading, it will not show me. Mostly we will be working with ground shading lines. So there is a shortcut associated, NA and B. So you can quickly switch between NA and B to, and then let's look at the selection tools. So if I press 9 on my keyboard, you see here on the right, it opens the live selection and it shows me the radius. Okay. There is a faster way. You just hold down Alt and drag your middle mouse button, and you can like left and right, Alt plus middle mouse button, and you drag. Okay. If you just click Alt middle mouse button once, then it gives me this. But probably these shortcuts will be different on your computer because I have these customized ones. So I can now select the cubes. Like press 9, it gives me live selection. Okay, I can select them. If I press 0, it gives me the rectangular selection. And that way you can select using rectangle. This is very handy in elevations where, let's say, you want to select one entire floor of a building. It's pretty handy that way. You can also select them from here. Rectangular selection, sorry, not here. Live selection and rectangular selection. You also have lasso and polygonal selection, which you will barely use. Mostly we will be working with live and rectangular selection, which is number 9 and 0. Okay. So that's the viewport. If you look at the filter, which is associated with this viewport, you can turn on and off the information that is displayed here. So if I, let's say, switch off the work plane, I will no longer see the grid. At the back, you see this dotted line, which is a horizon. You can go in here and switch off the horizon. Okay. But it doesn't really bother me, so I'll just keep it on. But I don't like to see the work plane. Sometimes the viewport really overloads with information, so I will just switch that off. On the top right, what you see is an object manager. You see here the text object, here is a task, and here is a content browser. But we will be mostly looking at object manager today. And what you see is a couple of cubes listed here. So let's say I create a sphere, and you will see the sphere gets added here, and it's now created at the 0, 0, 0. You can drag it out. And so that's the objects manager. If I click these ticks, the green ticks, I can switch on and off those objects, okay? Which is like enable, disable. So they will stop functioning entirely, okay? But let's say you want them in the scene, but not visible and not visible, but still functioning. Then you have these 2 dots here. If I like, let's just call them signals, okay? So you have a gray signal, green signal, red signal. Red signal basically hides the object. So the gray signal is like a default, which is like visible, and the green signal will be always visible. Okay, so there are 2 dots. So the dot on the top will hide it from the viewport, and the lower dot will hide it from the renderer. Okay, the render engine that you'll be using. Okay, so you can hide it here, but it will still get rendered in the render engine. So if I click on the sphere, below here you have attributes manager. So basically it shows the properties of the sphere. And if I go to the basic tab, it shows me visible in editor, visible in renderer, on. Basically, it shows the same information of these 2 dots. So they are green right now, so they are on. But if I turn them off, you see those dots turn red. Okay, but you don't want to like click on each dot twice. So the shortcut is you hold on Alt and just click there anywhere on the dots, and you basically take control of both the dots at the same time. So you can keep clicking them, and you will scroll through the different signals. Similarly with others. Okay. Now, what's the real function of the green dot? Let's say I make this cube a child of this cube. Okay. And if I hide this top cube, it will basically hide both of them. But I still want to see the second one. I can make this make this green, and it will still be visible even though the master cube is hidden. Okay, so that's the function of the green dots. Okay, let's just bring that cube out. Let's look more in the attributes manager. So the cube, now you have this basic name, layer, visible in editor. You have X-ray, so I can give it an X-ray to the cube. Enable is the green tick that you see up here, is the same one. And you can apply a color to it so that you can differentiate it better. Okay, so in Cinema 4D, you do have layers here, but you barely use them. most of the time you're organizing your objects in Object Manager. Okay. So let's look at the coordinate tab here. And basically that shows the global positioning, XYZ, the scale, and the rotation. This is very similar to the box edit in Rhino. And you will see that there is another tab here which looks very similar, with a slight difference where in the middle you have a scale here. Over here it shows size. Otherwise the position and rotation, they are both same. So the size here, it says 200, 200, 200. But if you try to change it, then it will change all of them at the same time. Okay. But let's say you want to change only one, then you come here in Object tab, and now I can change the size for each one separately. Okay. I can give a fillet if I want. Okay. Or I can add segments like this. So segments in X direction, segments in Y direction, they're all separate. Another important thing to note here is that you see this gumball here. Like, I mean, we call it gumball in Rhino, but over here they just call it axis. And you will notice the Y-axis is the vertical axis here. In Rhino, you have this, you have the Z-axis, that is the vertical one. And this will confuse you a lot in the beginning while working. It will take you some time to get used to. Okay, so that's the Edit Manager. Of course, this tags will change depending on the object that you select. So if I select the sphere now, you have basic and coordinates tab, which are always going to be same for every object that you select. But the object tabs will of course have different properties. So you have radius, you have segments. You can simply like hover your mouse here and scroll your mouse button, sorry, the middle mouse, and then it will, you know, change the values for you. You have types of spheres, hemisphere, icosahedron. So, okay, let's look at cylinder. And now you have, press 9, select the cylinder. And now you see there are more options here. So you have object tag, which is of course radius, height, height segments, rotation segments, orientation, plus Y, plus X, plus Z. Okay. But then you have caps. So you can say, I want caps or I don't want caps. You can have fillet. You can slice it at any angle you want. Okay. Turn it into a pie or whichever. And then at the end, you have a form tag, which is again going to be common for all the objects. But you know, we are not going to look at the form tag now. It's more related to rendering, not so much to modeling. It is also represented here. If you select here, it shows you form tag. Okay. So yes, if when you add tags to your objects, they get added here. Okay. Cool. So let's look down here. So this one, I already told you what it is. And what you see here, the numbers is the timeline. So if I play the animation, you will see the animation running through the frames. By default, you have 1 second associated with 30 frames. So 30 frames per second. And here you have 90 frames. Okay. So the animation length is 90. If you want to increase it, you type 200, and now you have 200 frames. Okay. And you can drag this here like this. So you want to, let's say, work on a segment which is 90 frames long. You work on that, and then you can move through it until 200. Okay. Or you want to see the entire timeline, you just drag it back and see the whole one. So you can control the number of frames that you want from here. And this one will take you to a specific frame you want. If I type 150, go to 150, you type 0. Okay. And these controls, of course, this is play. This one is the next frame. This one is the next keyframe, which we'll look at later. and then this one is the last frame and the first frame. Okay, this is of course the previous frame and previous keyframe, and then start. Down here we have a material palette. So if I double click here, it creates a material and it shows me the properties of the material here. Okay, so almost every object will always show you the properties here, the material, and you can change the color, and then you can drag and drop. Yeah, and okay, but we are not going to look at materials a lot today, mostly focusing on modeling. Okay, so I'll go ahead and delete this by pressing delete. Let's drag this down lower. Okay, all right, so let's look at the top here. So by default you see all these buttons up here. This one we already looked at: live selection, rectangular selection, undo and redo. Okay, you have move, scale and rotate. So if I go to move tool, select move tool, and now if I click anywhere on the screen, it will move the object. Okay, if you have scale and click anywhere on the screen, it will start scaling it, and rotate, it will rotate in any random direction. Okay, now you will see here that these parameters, they automatically update as you are rotating them. You'll see the rotation parameters update. Also you will see it here in the coordinate tab. Okay, same information. Let's just go here and type 0 0 0, and you go back to your original, or you can go here, type 0 0 0, it will go back to 0 0 0. Cool. Now let's look at this gumball more in detail. Okay, so of course this one will move it in y direction, x, z. Okay, if you look at click on this grip, then it's going to move them x and z. Okay, so this will be very similar to how the gumball works in Rhino, but then you have these grips, you have these dots. Okay, and if I drag it, it will help me scale the object quickly. Okay. And if I go to the scale, it's gonna basically, help me scale it. I think we looked at this before, and here now I can rotate it only along that axis. Okay, if you click outside, it's gonna do a random rotation, but we don't want that. We want it specific to that any particular axis. So you click on that and you rotate. Okay, then you have PSR, reset PSR. So what it does, it basically takes it back to its original position where it came from. Okay, let's say that I want to place this cylinder at the center of this cube. Then I make this cylinder a child, like drag it underneath that cube. So it becomes a child. The cube is a parent, is a child. So I select the cylinder and click reset PSR, and now you see it jumps into the center of the cube. Okay, and if I drag it onto this cube and click reset PSR, it will basically taking the position of the parent. Okay, then here it is basically showing the list of the previous commands you used. You have X, Y, Z. So right now all three axes are active, but let's say if I turn this off, then I can click anywhere on the screen. Oops, no. So yeah, it changes object by object. So for the cylinder, all three are active. So now let's disable them, and you see the y-axis and the z-axis are grayed out. And now if I click anywhere on the screen, it will only move in the x direction. If I go to the rotate, it will only rotate in the x axis. Cool. Okay, but if I click now again, it brings back all three. But if I select cylinder now, oh, it still brings back all three. But if I move to the move tool, now you see it remembers that we were only working with the x-axis associated with the cylinder. Anyway, let's bring back all three. Then you have this coordinate system here. So it allows you to switch between, the shortcut is W, allows you to switch between the world or the object coordinate system. So let's say I rotate this cube and the gumball, now you see it's still not rotating. But if I click on this one, you see it rotates as per the object. I think again, this we have in Rhino. Okay, but you have just one button here. These are rendering options. So if I click here, it will give me a basic render. Okay, this gives me the renders in a viewport or a picture viewer rather. This gives me rendering settings. I can set the resolutions here. And then here are some, the tools, the main tools that are in Cinema 4D. Okay. So if I hold down my left click on this, it opens this panel. And if I click on this grip, it allows me to float the window. And let's drag this bigger and right click, icon size, large icons. Okay. So now here is a list of various objects. We have cube, cone. Let's scale it up. So yeah, so the shortcut between these three, okay, for the move is E, for scale is T, and rotate is R. Okay, so yeah, sorry, I just use it by habit. I forget that we are on tutorial, but yeah, like ERT. Okay, so that will quickly allow you to make changes. Okay, so of course you have cone. Then now you have, as you have already guessed, there's settings, they will change as per the object. If you go to disk, it will, let's scale it up so we see it. Yeah, you have object, you have slice, yeah, many different settings. We're not going to go through all of them, but just to show you that all the primitive objects are here and they're all parametric. So you can just play with the parameters, ring radius, ring segments, how many you want. You can make 3, 4, 5. Okay, pipe radius, pipe segments, oriented in X direction, Y direction. So yeah, I'll just encourage you guys to go through all of them, and that way you will be familiar with them. You have this human figure. Cool. You have a default landscape. You can just, if you quickly want some landscape, you can go through the seeds. So you will be able to have different, you have spherical, so it gives you like a planet or a rock. You can play with the details that you want, scale it up, scale the details up or smoothen them. Okay. Yeah. So these are the primitive objects. Oh, you also have a guide here. Yeah. So guide actually also helps you to make like some construction lines, and then you can use them. Okay. So now I just made a copy. So how I did that, so I selected this, and while in the move command, while dragging it over, I pressed control and then I placed it here. So that's how I got a copy. Okay. Or you can select this cylinder here, hold down control and drag it, and it gives you a copy. Okay, in the same exact location. Okay. Let's look here on the left now. So what we have here at the top is the modeling mode, which we are in right now. but we also have these points mode, edge mode, and polygon mode. This is a texture mode. We will not be using it right now. So if I go to the point mode, now let's first delete all these objects. So we make it simple. Select a cube, and now I'm zooming on. But let's say I want it to fit the screen. I just press S button, and it will fit the screen for me. Okay, S. Okay, so if I click on the points mode, it doesn't show me the points of the cube. The reason, because it's a primitive object and it has parameters attached to it. So I'll have to first explode it so that way it becomes a hard surface, and then I can access these parameters. So for that, the button is here, make editable, or the shortcut is C. So we click that, and now you see that this one, I can select its points, or select the edges, or select the surface or the face. Okay. Let's undo a couple of steps and bring back the cube, the first one, the primitive. So you see the icon here shows a cube, but the moment I make it editable, it turns to this triangle. Okay, and that will happen with each one of them. So we have a cylinder icon here, we make editable, and it turns into a hard surface icon. Okay, cool. So let's look at the cube. We have the points mode. So I'm not sure if any of you has used T-splines plugin before in Rhino. Basically, if you have used it, you will find this very easy. Okay. Of course, in Rhino also, you can turn on the points of a cube and modify it. Okay. Yeah. So these are the 3 hard surface modeling modes. There is a shortcut to switch between them. I have set it to Z. So if I press Z, it takes me to the points, edges, and face. Okay, I can keep pressing Z and it will automatically switch between them. Okay, I think this is not a default shortcut. So if I press Z here, it shows me toggle modeling mode. So yeah, if you want to set a shortcut for it, you just type here toggle mod. Oops. No, first let's clear the shortcut filter. Toggle modeling mode, and then you can go here and set a shortcut. Okay, click add and it will be assigned. Okay, so let's press Z again, and let's say I want to go back to the modeling mode, because the modeling mode gives me the full control of the cube. Okay, so if you go to modeling mode, you will see the gumball will snap at the center, and now I can move the entire object. But if we are in the points mode, it gives you the control of individual points. The gumball will snap to that point or to that edge. Okay, cool. The shortcut to switch to model mode is A. So yeah, you just hover your mouse there, it shows the shortcut. This is a cool thing about Cinema4D. It has shortcuts labeled everywhere. Okay, now you have axis down here, which is quite important and also a bit confusing. So I'll try my best to make it as clear as possible. So let's go to move tool, hold down control and drag it here. So we have a copy. Now let's say I want to place this corner, this left bottom corner of this cube to this right upper corner. Okay. And if you go to the move tool and try dragging it, okay, you see I wanted to put the corner, but it put the middle of the cube. So how you do it is by placing this gumball at this corner and then moving the entire cube there. Now in Rhino, you will just use a move command, okay, which is very logical to do. But Cinema4D works a little differently. So some of you will find this a little bit annoying at first, but with regular usage, you will not, you'll get used to it. Okay, so let's just switch off this snap for a while, and let's see what happens when I click here. Okay. So you click anywhere and the cube will move parallel to the mouse. But if the snap is on and you click anywhere, it will catch the cube. The cursor will catch the cube. Okay. This is very important when you want to build accurate models. Okay. You want to place it in this corner. So you enable the snap, click anywhere, and drag it over here. Okay. If the snap is not on, no matter what you do, it will not fall in this corner. Okay. So let's move the gumball to this corner here. So for that, I'm going to enable the axis. So that allows me to move the axis anywhere. You see, again, the snap is not on, so the axis is moving parallel. So now if I turn on the axis, that will catch the axis, and now I can place it here in the corner. Okay. Turn off the axis, or disable the axis, and now I can go and place the corner here. Okay. Let's do this again. We have the axis here in the center. Enable axis, enable snap, place it here, turn off the axis, and then drag it over here. Now, the common mistake that a lot of beginners do is that they forget to turn off the axis. Okay. So the axis remains enabled, and then you're trying to select your model and nothing is happening, and like you're super confused. So if you find yourself in that position, there's a good chance that enable axis is active. So you just disable it, but now this axis is locked over there. And now you see what's happening. Okay. Let's place it here and disable it. Now you can place it here. Okay. Cool. What if I want to place it back in the center of this cube? Okay. So for that, while this cube is selected, you click mesh, axis, center axis 2, and it goes in the center. Okay. Mesh, axis, center axis 2. Okay. Let's look at these snap settings a little bit more. So when you enable snap, you have vertex snap, then edge snap, polygon snap. Basically, again, very similar to Rhino. Enable quantizing. Basically, it will allow you to move it at a particular value. Okay. So how do you set that value? Is you go to mode, modeling settings, quantize, and now it's set to 5 centimeters. Let's say 50, and now it will move every 50 centimeter always. Okay. Because this is enabled. If you disable it, and if you still want it, you hold down shift and drag. Okay. So while you're dragging, you start dragging first and then you hold down shift. Okay. You leave shift and then it will just move smoothly. Okay. Again, it's situated in mode, modeling, okay, quantize. And also you have snap settings here. Press 9 for selection tool. Okay. Yeah, of course, edge snap. So now it will allow me to place the object on the edges, or midpoint snap. It will allow me to place it in the midpoint. Cool. So yeah, I just like this enable or oops, the snap settings dialog to be open. Okay. Sorry, I messed up my interface. In case if that happens, you go here in the layout and you click on startup, and it will bring back your default workspace. Okay. You can create your own layouts and save them here. Go to window, customization, save layout. Okay. All right. Let's go back to the snap. So we'll hold down and it will open this dialog. Okay. And then you click on this and it will start to float, and you can just place it here in the corner. So that way you have a quick access to the different settings as you need them. Okay. The guide snap is quite important. So if I enable the guide snap, if I go to this objects and click on the guide, now I have a guide. Now I can place this cube on the guide, okay, when the guide snap is active. If it is not active, then you cannot place it, okay. So guide snap is quite helpful when, making accurate models, because, especially, let's say this guide is at an angle, or like this. It's rotating in the direction that I don't want. Yeah, let's try this one. Yeah, okay. And let's say I want to orient this to this to the guide. So you just go to the move tool, click on the guide here, okay, and then I will make it a child of this guide and say reset PSR. And now you see it has taken the position, or like taken the properties of this guide, and now I can move it along this guide, okay. I will bring it out, okay? And then you can delete the guide, okay. Yeah, I know, sorry, a lot of information. I know it's very hard to keep up, I'm sure, but I hope again with regular usage you will get used to these things. And let's look at these S here. So right now we are in this mode, but let's say I select this cube and click on this one. What you have here is now isolation mode. So it will hide other objects and only show you that cube. If you go here, it shows you everything, okay. This one you're not going to need a lot. We'll be mostly using these 2S, okay. You can set shortcut also for this. So in my case, I have set cube Control Shift S, gives me the solo selection, and Control Shift T will bring back all the objects. Again, you can press Shift F12 and here you can set your shortcuts. Again, if I press Control Shift S, it shows me the name of the command, viewport solo single. Yeah, if you're looking for the name of the command, just hover here and then viewport solo, you just type it here and it will show you, it will allow you to set a shortcut. Okay, cool. Another important thing we're going to look at is the work planes. So if you select an object, and you will see this one is active, so that means this, like the work plane is locked. But you can set your work plane to, let's say, X. So for that, we're gonna bring back the work plane, okay. So you'll see now it is perpendicular to the X, perpendicular to the Y, and Z, okay. Let's say I want to align the work plane to this guide, which is at a weird angle. So I select the guide and say align work plane to selection. And now you see it is aligned over there. So now whatever you do, okay, will be in this work plane. So now you see that this object has this gumball oriented to the object, but if I click here, it will now show me a gumball which is aligned to the current work plane, and you can move it in that direction. If you go here and say align selection to work plane, it will, you see, it jumps into that work plane and orients itself, like, naturally orients itself to that work plane. Okay, so let's come here to the Y, which is a default work plane. Okay, earlier I showed you like I oriented this cube to this guide by making it a child and then clicking reset PSR. You can of course also do it by, the method I just showed you. Select the guide, align work plane to selection, click here, align selection to work plane. Okay. Let's go back. Cool. And if I now click set PSR, it goes back to this work plane. Okay, or click here and click line selection to work plane, comes back. Cool. Okay, so these are the basics of the interface. It almost took an hour. Cool. Okay, so now maybe let's take a break for a couple of minutes before I move on to the next chapter. Feel free to post any questions that you may have.
I missed it. Did Amy go for a break? Anyone know? Oh, just making sure it's not frozen.
Okay, let's look at some questions. Okay, how can I reset the gumball to the center? Okay, I think I already answered that, but I will say that again. How do you get the menu for snapping? Okay, so let's look at the gumball. Okay. So right now this gumball is at the center. Let's activate the axis, select the move tool and bring it here to the side. And if I want to bring it back to the center, you go to mesh, axis, center axis 2, and it will take it back to the center. Okay. And the second question is how do you get the menu for snapping? So let's close it first. And if you left click and hold down, and even if you release your click, now it will show you this menu. And here at the top, you have this script. You click there and now you can reposition it wherever you want. Okay. It works same with everywhere. Okay. If I click here, it shows you this grip at the top. You click that and now you have this window floating. Okay. So that way you can see the settings that you're currently using or the tools that you're currently using. Cool. Okay. So I will just keep the snap over here. Now let's say I want it here always. I don't want to, like every time I open Cinema 4D, I don't want to bring it out from here. So I'll go to window and say customization, save layout as, and you just say custom save. Okay. And now you go here And now we have this custom user. Okay. So if I, let's say, click on the standard, sorry, it snaps back to the other screen. And now you see that we no longer have the snap settings. But if I select the custom, it gives me the snap settings again because I saved them there. Other important, uh, let's say, like way of modifying your interface is go to window, we open those commands, okay? And let's say I want to add more icons here. Like you cannot just drag icons there. The way you do it, let's say, is I type move, okay? So it shows me the move tool here. And now I can drag it over here. And I will have the shortcut for the move here always, okay? You can only do it through this shortcut menu. You cannot do it otherwise, okay? And when you finish doing that, you again go to window, customize, save layout as custom save. So it will basically update your custom layout. Okay. So you can add all the shortcuts that you want. Let's say you want to reposition this, for example, there is a grip here at the top and you can drag it here and it will come at the bottom. Or you want it here on the right, it'll you can modify it any way you want. Okay? If you're not happy, you can always come here, say custom user, it will take you back. Cool. Okay, so let's start with our next exercise. We can just delete this. Okay, so we are going to look at deformers and then we are going to create one project. Okay, I'm just gonna bring this bigger, right angle, large icons. Cool. Let's create our favorite cube. Let's make it taller and I'm gonna add along this head. I want to add segments, so I'll say 10, and then also along the Y, let's say 10. Cool. And let's click on the bend deformer. Okay. And now you have this bend object, which you see here as in an orange box. And now you want to use it to bend this cube. So you make the bend deformer child of the cube. And now you see the properties here of the bend deformer. You click on fit to parent. So it will snap itself to the cube. And now if I do the strength, you see 360 degrees, basically you end up with a donut or like that. Okay. Earlier I made, let's say it's to 0. Earlier I made these segments. Let's say what happens if there are no segments. So 1, 1. And now if I select the bend deformer and I try to bend it, you will see it doesn't really bend. It just, it tries its best, but you don't get the shape. So that's why the segments come in. Okay. And now you see. So yeah, basically we just need them along Y. We don't really need them along Z. Okay. And then you also have this angle. So you can bend them at any angle. You have keep y-axis length. So it will try to maintain the true length of the cube. Okay. And now let's make a simple animation out of this. So we are at the frame 0 and let's say the strength is at 0. And over here now you'll see that you have like a button. If you press that, it turns red. Basically what it is doing is it's recording a keyframe here. So if I drag this here, you will see there is a white box over there, which is a keyframe. Okay, and then I will click the last frame and I will say 360 and click here again. So now it has recorded the keyframe at the end. And if you press play now, you will see that we have this animation of cube turning into a donut. So this recording of keyframes, this function is available for each and everything in Cinema 4D. It's right there. You don't really have to go anywhere inside to record animation. You just click it right there. Okay. Cool. So that was small detour that we took, but let's now focus on the deformers. Okay. So that was a bend object. If I select the bulge, it will behave exactly the same way. You make it a child, you click fit parent, and now you can bulge it. Okay, you can give it a fillet. Okay. So I'll encourage you guys to go in and explore all these deformers. As you have already noticed here in the attributes section, the basic and coordinate tab, they are the same. Okay, there is an object tab, and then there is a fall off tab. Now the fall off is a little bit of advanced section that we are going to cover later today. Okay, not now, but let's just focus on the object tab. So you have bend, bulge, shear, taper, and twist. Twist, let's try the twist. As the name suggests, again, it's very, very easy, okay, to know what it does. But the interesting one is the FFD, okay? Click FFD, and then you make a child of the cube, and you say fit to parent. And now you probably guys are aware of FFD. So now if you go to the points mode, I can see the points of FFD object, not the cube, okay? FFD object. I select this, and if I drag it out, oops. Oops, nothing happening. Made a mistake maybe. Let's do it again. Let's delete the cube, create a fresh cube. 50 object, make a child, fit to parent. Very weird. Maybe let's group them together. Let's try now. Huh. Okay, but basically what FFD does is it puts a cage around the object. Okay, let's try with the sphere. Maybe I have to make this child. Doesn't want to listen to me today. Yeah, you see, I made a mistake. My enable axis was on. I told you about this before it happens. Okay, let's just delete this, create FFT. It's inside. Press 0 for rectangular selection. Enable points, select these points, and now you see the cage is modifying the sphere. Okay. Cool. So FFT is kind of like a very powerful one, which can replicate the effects of bend, bulge, shear, taper, and twist. Okay. So how I do that, for example, if I go here and I can control the grid points, I just press 2. I move to the points mode, press 0. Okay, let's just switch off the work plane. Yeah. And then go to the rotate, and now I can rotate. And that way you are replicating the effect of a twist. Okay. But of course you have to do like a couple of extra steps. The twist will, immediately give you the effect that you're looking for. We are not going to go through all of them, but there is another important one that we use a lot, which is a displacer. Okay. So what displacer does is it allows you to deform the object. Okay. So it will make it a child of the sphere, and let's change the sphere to icosahedron. So we have more even geometry. Let's increase the segments to 64. Okay. And now we select the displacer and we look at the displacer properties. So you have object and you have strength slider, height slider, but nothing will really happen until you go in the shading tab and apply a shader. Okay. So we're gonna select a noise. Almost every time we're gonna select a noise. Okay. We go to the noise and now you see the displays are using the noise to deform the sphere. Okay. Now you go into object tab and you can now control the height. Okay. And you can control the strength. So you can, let's say, animate the strength, from 0% to 100% with keyframes. Okay. And you will see the animation basically modifying the cube in front, or the sphere in front of you. So let's keep it at 100. Let's go to the shading tab. Okay. So now we have the noise here. And now there is a way to modify this noise. So you click in here. Now it shows you all the settings. So you can, like, add some contrast, and it makes it more extreme. Okay. If you want to see this better, you right click it and you say open window, and you can make this bigger. So you will see what is going on with the noise. Okay. So now you have very few white points. That's why we have very few but extreme projections. This one will give you more, like, we still have a high contrast. So if I bring down this, it will give you more gentle modification. Now let's look at this global scale. Okay, this one is quite important. So now it's at 100%. Let's say I make it 500. Then it starts to basically scale up the noise, and it starts to give you this smooth deformation. Okay, if you go to 5000, it's almost starting to look like sphere again. If you just drag it down, no, 4000, 2500, you can see the effects of it. 1000%. It's kind of nice. 500. Then you also have this XYZ scale. So you can, just scale it in one direction. So you will have more vertical noise. Maybe make it 50,000. Yeah, I guess we kind of hit the limit. 100%. If you go click here, it shows you the list of different noises. Or if you click here, it shows you the graphical representation of these noises. Sorry. Click cell noise, and now basically the noise is in the form of the cells. Let's bring them back to 100%, and now, yeah, it's not really looking that different than the other noises, but yeah, at the 500 scale, you can kind of see that it's trying to extrude it in pixels. So working with the noises is very important because we are going to use them a lot throughout the day. So we are going to spend a little bit more time understanding them. Okay. You can browse through different noises and see what they do. So for example, this booyah noise that we were looking at, we can use it for, let's say, making, let's delete this and let's create a plane, scale it up, select the plane. I'm going to add lots of segments to it, 100, 100. Then add a displacer object. Okay. Make the child, displacer, shader, add noise, go inside the noise. And let's say we select turbulence. Okay. And let's try to mimic the effect of water. So now if I just enter animation speed 1, okay, that's all I need to do, and click play. And now you will see we're kind of creating a surface of water. We are not recording any keyframes anywhere. Okay, all we are doing is entering the animation speed as 1, and now we have a water surface. If I go to display ground shading, we will have this like this. But the resolution is still not good enough. So how do I make it look a bit nicer, So that's when the subdivision surface comes in. Now with Rhino 7, they have brought in sub D. So this is pretty new to Rhino, but I think in Cinema 4D, this has been there for 20 years. So while the plane is selected, I'm going to hold Alt, okay, and click on this subdivision surface. And now you'll see the plane automatically becomes a child of subdivision surface. And if you look closely at the waves or the water surface, the resolution has improved a lot. So if I press NB, which is display ground shading, you will see we have a lot more density of the grid, and it is giving us a very nice resolution. If I disable this subdivision surface, you will see the grid is a lot bigger and the effect is a lot rougher. Okay, that's when the subdivision surface comes in to give a better resolution while keeping the entire model parametric. Okay, I can still go here in the plane and I can have 10 by 10, and now it will, it's not that nice. The effect is very bland. This was interesting. So if you have just segments in one directions, 100 segments in one and 10 in one in the other. Okay, cool. We are going to look at subdivision surface in depth a little bit later. Okay, I jumped the gun there. Okay, so let's go back to the noise. So we have this animation speed as 1. Let's press it 0 and it will stop the animation. So when you're entering 1 here and playing the animation, basically you will see the timeline. It goes to 200 and it again starts from 0. So let's reduce it to 90. Yeah, so it's going to 90 and it's going to 0, but every time it resets the animation. What if we want it to keep looping, without like looking like an abrupt change? So you say loop period as 1, and now it will keep playing infinitely. Okay, so every time when it goes from 90 to 0, it doesn't really jump. It kind of has this smooth transition. Okay, so that's about the noise. Okay, so these are the 3 things that are important. One is its brightness settings, okay, the scales, the types of noise, okay, and the animations. Okay, let's stop the animation, go back, and animation speed 0, loop period 0. Okay, you can also right click and say reset to default. Okay, all right, so let's delete the displacer. And anything else that we can look at? Yeah, smoothing. So let's bring back the sphere. Icosahedron, 64 segments. And while the sphere is selected, I'll hold down shift and press displacer, and the displacer will directly come as a child of sphere. Okay, if I only click displacer without holding down any control alt, it will just create it separately, and then you'll have to drag it to make it a child. But if you hold down shift, wait, you first select the sphere, then you hold down shift and click displacer, it comes as a child. What if the sphere is selected and you hold down alt and create displacer? The sphere will come as a child of displacer. Okay, but that's not what we want. We want displacer to be child. Okay, so the deformers, the only way they work if they are a child of sphere or the main object. Okay, set the noise. Okay, and now I create a smoothing deformer, and I add it. Basically, what it is doing is it's trying to smooth the object, but it's not doing a very good job. So let's try to maybe increase segments further. Yeah, now you see, no, not really. I am not giving a good example here, but I'm sure later on we are going to come across situations where you will see the smoothing working better. Okay. Okay, let's delete all. So yeah, there are many that that do a lot of cool things, but we are not able to will not be able to go through all of them. So I encourage you guys to spend time with them and see what each of them does. But the ones I covered today are the ones that we'll be using today. Okay, cool. So now let's create something interesting. Okay, let me just go to my Instagram account so we can look at what we are going to do. So I'll go to the other page. Yeah, so what we're going to do is we're going to look at these geometries. Okay, and we're going to create this effect basically. Okay, it's kind of like a weave effect that you do. I'm sure like in other softwares also you're able to create it, but in Cinema 4D you create it using the atom array. Okay, so this atom array object, let's create a plane. Okay, and let's just have 2 segments, or no, 3 rather. Okay, and I'm gonna make plane a child of atom array. Okay, and now you see what happens. Okay, let's do it again. While the plane is selected, I'm gonna go here, hold down my left mouse button, so then I see this larger panel, and I'm gonna hold down my alt and click atom array, so the atom array comes as a parent of the plane directly. Okay, go to atom array, and now you see there are rods and the atoms rather. So you have a cylinder radius and sphere radius. So let's reduce this to 3 centimeters maybe. We don't need them very big, and we can reduce this to 1 centimeter. There are subdivisions right now at 8, but we don't really need them so much. Keep it at 4. I think the minimum is 3. It will only help us keep our overall geometry lighter. Okay, cool. So now let's create something cool. I'm going to go to bevel. Okay, the bevel deformer. So I think you already know what bevel does. So let's just bring the plane out again, and I'll make the bevel child of plane. And if I increase the center, the offset, okay, so I've selected the bevel object. Now we are looking at the properties of the bevel object. If I increase the offset, nothing is really happening because of this angle. I'll bring it down to 0, and now you will see basically creating the bevel along the edges. If I add subdivisions, you will have subdivisions. Let's do it with a cube. So if I make the bevel object now the child of cube, you will see it's adding these bevels at the corners. Okay. Cool. So let's go back to the plane, delete the cube. Okay. So now let's say if I make this plane a child of atom array and see what happens. Okay. Let's close this for now. Go to bevel, and now you can control the offset, and it starts to kind of look like this weaving structure that we were looking at before. Okay. Now there are a couple of modes for the bevel. You have the edge mode, or you have the points mode. So now it's only creating the bevel at the points. Starting to look cool. You go to the plane, and now you can add segments, make it 4x4, and now the bevel and the atom array will adapt to that. Okay. So as you have seen, like Cinema 4D has a completely parametric workflow until you explode them. Once you explode them, you will lose the parameters. So you try your best to keep your model parametric throughout. Okay. And then at the very end, you explode it, and then you can do hard surface modeling on it. Okay. But today we are going to try to, we're going to look at both methods, but for this particular exercise, we're going to try to keep it as parametric as possible. Okay. So I'm going to now hold down Control and drag this out. So now I have a copy of this atom array along with the plane and the bevel. And I'm going to go into position and say -5. So now you have 2 layers. I'm going to go to the top one, basic display color on. Let's give it some color so that we see what's going on. And the lower one, we can give it a different color. Okay. So I'm going to go to the plane here and go to the object, and let's say 3x3. Okay. And go to this bevel and change the points mode to the edge mode again. Then maybe you just keep 2x2. No, 3x3. I think it's better. And come here and reduce these offsets. Yeah. Just keep the subdivisions at 1. Okay. And now I'm gonna create another bevel here. So I'm gonna hold down Control, drag bevel up here. So now we have 2 bevels layered on top of each other. Okay. Go here, and now you can be very careful here. If you increase the subdivisions too fast, it's going to crash your computer. This kind of gives me more interesting view patterns. Okay. Let's change this one to the point mode. Subdivision 0. Make it bigger. And now I'll open this one. And now you can see different effects. It can be a little bit confusing, I'm sure, but you will only get there with some practice. And then you can go back to the plane and increase the segments, and you will have more of these. Cool. So let's create a cylinder. Let's hide these. Okay. So the way we hide it, we press Alt, turn the signal red. Okay. Cool. And or let's rather first group them. So I will go to here, create a null object. Okay. Take both of them here, place them inside null object, and hide them. Okay. So null object is kind of a group object. Okay. The other way, the faster way is to delete this. Select both of them, press Alt G, and it automatically creates a null object and puts them inside. Okay. Shortcut is again Alt G. Now again, you see, we don't need the other one. Let's hide it. Okay, sorry. Cylinder. Okay, so cylinder rotation segments 8, height segments maybe 3. Yeah, okay. Radius of 200, say maybe 150. Cool. We have caps, we'll keep them. So we'll try to make a pavilion structure out of this and apply these effects of atom array. Okay. So I want a pyramidal roof to this cylinder without exploring it. Okay. I can always like explore it, like make editable, select the points, and then go to the scale tool and scale the points in. So it kind of gives me this pyramidal roof, but I lose all the properties attached to the cylinder. I can no longer enter the radius or the height. Okay. So I don't want to lose them. So how do we do that? We go to the FFD. Okay. And we make FFD the child of cylinder, fit to parent. Okay. And I will add in the Y direction, I will add 4 points. So now you see the 3 divisions of the cylinder and the 3 divisions of FFD are matching. Go to the points mode and select this, and now select the scale tool and scale them in. And now you will notice that it's not exactly scaling the way we want. We just want to scale the top one. So for that, you'll have to probably make a lot more. Okay, 7 divisions, select the top, and still not there. So maybe 15, no, 14 might work, no, 13, yeah. Let's go to the side elevation. I press F3, or maybe like click this one and then go to the right view, click this one. So we have a right view. The easier way to toggle between them is F1 for perspective, F2 for top, F3 right, F4 for front. Okay. So F3, I press 0 to select the rectangular selection, select these points and scale. And now you see it's doing a perfect job. Okay. F1. Cool. And now I can hide this FFD object, hold down Alt and double click on the signals. And now the FFD is still working, but it's hidden. Okay. Excuse me. Yeah. Okay. Now let's put this inside atom array. Oh yeah, I didn't tell you about the commander. So in Rhino, we simply input the commands, and there's a way to do that in Cinema4D. You type Shift C and it opens the commander, and you can type any command that you want. Bevel, and you click bevel and it will create the bevel object. We want atom array, so I will press Shift C, opens the commander, atom array. Okay. So now even if I hold on Alt and click atom array, it will not become a parent of cylinder because the cylinder was not selected. Okay. So let's delete it, select the cylinder, Shift C, atom array, hold on Alt, click here, and now the atom array becomes the parent of cylinder. Okay, let's reduce this radius to 1, 2, subdivisions are 4. Let's create a floor inside a plane. Okay, you can move it down. I don't want to see these segments, so I'll just change the segments to 1, 1. Okay, for the plane, and you can just scale it up. Cool. So we have a cylinder object here. Now let's add a bevel to the cylinder. So bevel, I'll make it the child of cylinder. And now you see it's starting to work here. Yeah. Or let's try the points mode. I think it will look nicer. You can add subdivisions and cool. Yeah, something weird is happening at the top. You can see it's kind of bending. I think that is because the we go in the side elevation, yeah, it probably, yeah. If I switch off the bevel, yeah, see the bevel is doing that job. I think that has to do with the no idea why it's doing it. That's okay. I change it to the edges, still doing it. Let's try to make the FFT F3 points mode to bring it up. No, not really. Select the second row and yeah, this kind of helps us to counter it. Not an ideal solution, but okay for the time being. Starting to bend the side wall. That's okay. Okay, let's go back to bevel. And yeah, now you can play with this. Okay. Now let's apply this effect to this individual panels. Okay. So for that, we will have to break down the cylinder first. Okay. Of course, you can explode it, but we don't want to explode. So how we do that? So let's first select this atom array, controlled drag. Okay. So we have a copy. Null object I can put here at the top. The second one, let's select the cylinder and reduce the radius, maybe 140. So we have two layers, maybe 145. And I'll put here the first one, change color. Second one, cool. Okay. But now we want to apply this atom array effect to an individual panel. So we want to take control of those. So we go to cylinder and we go to Mograph here. Okay. And I will bring this menu out here and we're gonna say polyfx. Okay. We're gonna look at the Mograph tools in detail later, but for now, let's just borrow polyfx. Okay. And I'm going to make it a child of cylinder. Probably not. We have to make a parent, I guess. Go to polyfx. Let's disable this and let's hide the first one so we can focus better on. Okay, I'm also gonna disable the bevel and FFT. Polyfx object transform 0.9, 0.9, 0.9. Yeah, now you see basically what it did is it has separated each and every panel of this cylinder and scale it down by 0.9, 0.9, 0.9, or I can move it out. Okay, or move it in the y direction. Okay, so let's do this again. I'm going to bring the cylinder out, delete the polyfx. Okay, create the polyfx object. So the way polyfx object works is you have to make the cylinder child of polyfx. Nothing will really happen until you select the polyfx, go to its transform tab. Okay, you also have object tag. We don't really have to do anything there. Go to transform and 0.9, 0.9, 0.9. No, nothing happened. That's weird. It was working a while ago. Yeah, let's just undo it until the point it was working. Oh, very weird. Okay. So cylinder is then you're gonna run into such situations a lot, like a lot of troubleshooting situation, things are not working. You just have to keep working on it until you go through it. So polyfx, I'm gonna hide this cylinder and I'm gonna create, let's say, this cube and make the child of polyfx. Transform 0.9, 0.9, 0.9. No, doesn't want to work now. Very weird. Do I have this on? No. Very weird. It was just working 2 minutes ago. Just undo it. Huh. So in this situation, it is working. I have no idea why that happened. Very weird. Anyway, let's continue working with that. Okay, so we have 0.9 scale of each and every panel. So I'm gonna select the turn on the FFD. So we go back to the pyramid roof and turn on the atom array. Okay, and now turn on the bevel. And the bevel, instead of points mode, I'm going to go to edge mode. And now you see we are starting to work on every panel, but we still don't have like the subdivisions. So let's bring in the subdivisions for every panel. So to do that, we are going to bring in a cloth surface. So we go to simulate and no, not here. Maybe animate. No. Okay, I forgot where it is. So I'm just going to use the commander, type cloth surface here. And we have cloth surface, and we are going to bring it in between here and do this. Now you'll see a lot of divisions are happening. So that's what we want. We want these divisions. I think this bevel is really big. Just going to, or maybe I need to reduce the scale of polyfx so we see it better. Yeah, there you go. Maybe even more, 0.7, 0.7, 0.7. Cool. Wow, a lot of busy things happening. So it can get a bit overwhelming, okay? But it will take you some time to get used to all these settings because we are constantly moving through these different ones, okay? Yeah, so let's just disable the bevel now. So we're gonna redo this because, I think it's getting a bit confusing, okay? So what does the cloth surface do? So the cloth surface, let me show it separately. Okay, let's just, yeah, keep it. I'm gonna hide this object. I'm gonna hide this one too. And let's create this cube, okay? And I'm gonna bring the cloth surface, okay? Hold on Alt, click on cloth surface, and cloth surface will become the parent of the cube. And you will see it has added the segments. So if I type the subdivisions, it will add more and more subdivisions. The other good job it does, the cloth surface, is of giving a thickness, okay? So let's explore this cube by making it editable and delete this surface. You will see that it is the cloth surface is giving a thickness to a cube, and you can also add subdivisions to it, okay? So today for this exercise, we just want to use the subdivisions, okay? So we have this polyfx, okay? And we are going to add cloth surface to it. So make it a child. And now you see it is basically dividing each and every panel. Okay. So probably I think we want to add this cloth surface to the cylinder first and then make it into polyfx. No, great. Now I'm confused. Okay, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to open the file that I created yesterday for this so we can okay. Okay, so I missed a step. So there's a null object that comes in. Okay. Yeah, now it's working better. Cool. 50 is turned on. Let's hide the 50. Okay, so now add another bevel object inside, and this time it's working on the points. And now you can, it's going crazy. Cool. Anyway, so you can use these methods to play with this, with the surfaces. But let's look at the example that I created yesterday, which was, I think, looks definitely a lot better. Yeah, sometimes there are so many steps involved and you get, you get lost in them. But let's look at this setup a little bit better. Okay. So you see there are actually two layers of atom array. So this one is, let's change, give it a different color.
Hey, Amy, do you want to give them the file to follow with you, or?
Now you can see there are a couple of bevels, and also there is a twist object. So I use a twist object to twist it. I will be sharing this file with you later on. So then, you guys can also go in and explore what's going on here with this bevel object. Now I can play with these settings so you can, modify the effect the way you like. Okay. And for the outer one, okay, you have a couple of bevel objects. Yeah. Yeah, I just read a comment. It would be great to catch up with where you are now. Yeah. Yeah. Cool. And then you can, keep on making copies of these atom arrays and keep on modifying them. So you can layer many, many effects on top of each other. So I think this one, I disable the twist object. Okay. Oops, sorry. So let's say I make a copy of this and let's hide the other ones. And let's look at this first bevel, which is editing the points. And this cylinder, which has 6 segments, and the polyfx is scaling down each and every surface to 80%. And then the cloth surface is adding 2 subdivisions. So let's say if I do only 1 subdivision, you see it's only breaking it down once. If I do 2, okay, or you can do 3 to get even more denser effect. Now it's gonna take some time to calculate. Yeah, I think I I hope I didn't crash Cinema4D. So yeah, you have to be very careful with the bevel because it's gonna tax your computer a lot. So this one is the edges, this one is the points. Let's disable the edges and you can disable this, enable the edges, and I'm going to reduce the subdivision to only 1. So I think that will do a better job. And now you see something has gone wrong. So you have to be very careful with the bevel object. If I think turn on the limit, I think that should fix the problem. No, but yes, the bevel object can go out of control sometimes if you have very large offsets. No, yeah, I basically kind of anyway, you got the idea. You have to spend a lot of time with it to get a good handle on it. Cool. Yeah, thing. Let's bring it to 2. Yeah, that's better. There you go. And we bring down the other bevel. And now let's turn on the other atom arrays. And let's give this a color, let's say green. And now it's kind of overlapping with the previous one. So let's change the radius of the cylinder to 180. Now you can see it's kind of working behind it, but it's still like there's too much information to see. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy this cylinder out by holding Control and going to reduce this radius even further, 150. So now you can see it a lot better. Okay. So I will be sharing this file with you so you guys can play around with this a bit better. If I select this white one, I'll go in and I think I can reduce these offsets a little better. Yeah, there you go. Make it a little more tighter so they are not really intersecting. So now we did this on cylinder, but if you look at this example, okay, this is cylinder, but you can do it on a sphere, or you can create the geometry of your liking and you can apply these effects to it. Okay, cool. Okay, so wow, that one took another hour. All right, let's take a break for a couple of minutes, and we will move on to the next one. Yeah, this one is looking horrible. Okay, I'm gonna save it. Okay, close this file and close this file as well. Cool. So when we come back, we are going to start looking at the hard surface modeling and how to create some organic geometry. Okay. So yeah, I'll see you guys in 2 minutes. Feel free to post any questions that you may have. Welcome back, everyone. So let's look at our next chapter. So before I do that, let's look at some of the images here. So we are going to create something like this. Okay. This is also a technique that I used for this particular project. Okay. We're going to create this like organic forms, and as many of you might have guessed, we will be using this subdivision surface, or as it is called sub D in Rhino. Okay, I'm going to delete it, and let's start with a simple cube. Okay, I'm going to press like position at plus 100. No, sorry, plus 100. So the floor of the cube is on the ground, and I'm going to go ahead and hide the work plane. Okay, I'll go to display and I will switch on the lines. Okay, so I can see the edges, and let's make it editable. Okay, because now we are going to work with the hard surface modeling, so we're going to let go of the parameters. So for that, we go editable. Now you see we have lost the cube icon, and now we have a hard surface icon. So we will be switching a lot between these three modes. Okay, so if I go to the points mode, press 9 and Alt middle mouse drag to make this brush bigger, or you can do it from here. And now we are going to model something cool out of this cube. Okay, so let's start with the surface. So I'm gonna surface, drag it out. Okay, and now I want to make a subdivision, or add a crease in the middle. So when the cube was still a parameter, you could just add a segment, but now we are going to go to the edge mode and say ML. I mean, press ML, which are the shortcuts for adding a loop cut. You can also do that. You can right click and say here ML or KL. Okay, ML. And if I click anywhere, it will give me a crease. And you have this bar where I can drag it around. I can position it. If I click this one, it's going to bring it right in the middle. Okay, you can add more or less. Okay, I'm gonna click to the model mode, so we have access to this entire object. Okay, as you have noticed, the cum wall is still in that location where it started. Cool. So let's go here. We can start modifying it. Okay, I'm gonna press here, and I'm gonna press D for extrude. Okay, or you right click and say D extrude. Extrude out. Press it up like that. Okay, select this one, D extrude. Come on out here. Okay, press ML, and we can create more cuts here. The other way of doing a cut is a tool called, let's go to the edge mode. Okay, right click, line cut, MK. So if I draw a line like that, it will create a cut. Okay, but you see the cut is not going through and through. We want the entire cut. So I go to how to get rid of a loop cut mode. There is a question. Okay, so let's see, go to the edge mode, ML, and now here we have the loop cut mode. But I think if you press A, yeah, and actually the moment you, let's go again here, ML. So the moment you press 9, which is a selection tool, you will get rid of the loop cut mode. Okay, So either you press 9 or you press 0. So you're over here, okay, or you select here live selection or rectangular selection. So we were looking at the line cut mode, which is MK, which is also called knife tool. Right click. No. So you want to access the right tools. You have to be in the edge mode. Sorry. Excuse me. Yeah. You have to be in the edge mode. So now you right click and you say line cut. And now you see the visible only is turned on. You turn it off and now I can draw a line and it will create a cut through and through. If the visible only is on and if I make a cut, the cut is only applied to the parts that are visible. Okay. But let's make a nicer cut. So for that, we are going to go in the plan view. I'm going to press undo a couple of times so I get rid of those cuts. Go to the edge mode, line cut, click here, hold shift and draw cut here, but I think my visible only was on. Let's turn that off. Shift. Okay. And now I should have a cut. Okay. So they both do the ML, which is a loop cut, and this line cut, they kind of do a similar job. Okay. Okay. So let's come back here to the surface mode, select the surface, D, extrude. Okay. Or wait, let's maybe extrude this one. Okay. Move it up. Okay. Then I can go to this scale and I can scale it down and that extrude, press D, extrude. So again, if any of you have used D-splines before in Rhino, I think you are probably familiar with this workflow. I've never really used sub D in Rhino, so my Rhino knowledge is probably outdated now. Okay, so keep on extruding, extrude, okay. And then I'm gonna select this face and extrude again. Cool. Okay, so let's select this surface now and bring it out. I want to rotate it, so I'm gonna go to rotate mode, select this green axis, so it's only rotating in that orientation and bring it out. Okay. So now you see there is a bridge here between the two, and now I want to create a bridge between the two here. Okay. So the way we do it, let's say we go to the edge mode, press ML, loop cut, create one here, create one here. Okay. Now I'm going to bridge this together. So let's delete this surface and this surface. We go to the edge mode, right click, and we say bridge. And I'm gonna click and drag this one here. I can drag this one here. Click and drag this one here. For this top one, I'm gonna use close hole, which is here MD close hole, and click here, and now it's closed. Okay. And now I'm gonna go ahead and create a subdivision surface and make this a child of subdivision surface. And now you'll see immediately we have an organic shape. Okay. And we can keep modifying this cube and this subdivision surface will keep updating. So how do you switch between this organic and polygonal surface? So while the cube is selected, you press Alt Q. So it basically disables the subdivision surface. Alt Q, you can like keep pressing it, and so you can switch between the two modes. Okay. So now I'm here and I can continue to work. Okay. So now let's say I want to select this loop of edge. Okay. So I go to the edge mode. You select this, select this one. Of course, you hold down shift when you're adding to the selection. Okay. But there is a faster way of doing this. So for that, you go to the edge mode. I'll just click outside. So I'll lose that selection. Right click and you have shortcut UL, which is loop selection. I cannot find it here. Okay, we just press UL and you click here, and now it has selected the entire loop for you. You see over here, if I select this, it selects this loop for you. Or you select here, it selects this loop for you. So there are some options, let's say stop at selections. So if the stop at selections is on, and if I select this one, it will not select that edge. If I click here, you'll see it is not selecting this edge. Okay, but we don't really need it. Okay. Anyway, so we want to select this edge, and now I'm going to go to the scale and scale it up. Okay, or position it the way I want. Okay, go here, ML, add some more loop cuts here. UL, select these loop cuts, scale them down. UL, T for scale, scale them down. So basically I'm just dragging anywhere, and you don't have to, just do this, because this one is going to do only that axis. We want to scale it in all. So you just drag outside and drag it. Okay. This one is too big, maybe. Now you see it's kind of the gumball is kind of turned. So I will click here. Oh no, it's not really allowing me that option. So we just go to this surface thing. Yeah, and now if I click this one, bring it back in, and now if I press Alt Q, it will take me back to the organic shape. But as you can see, it is making it too much organic. I want it to do a better job of retaining this original geometry and just make the edges softer. So how we do that? We go to the deformer and we bring back our bevel. So we put the bevel object as a child of Q, and I will make maybe the offset a little bit bigger. And now if I turn on this, it does a lot better job of smoothing your geometry. Okay. Okay. And now if I press Alt Q, you can toggle between the two. Cool. So let's keep working on this. Maybe I'll go to the plan mode. Yeah. And you can keep playing with this until you're happy with the shape. So these 2 points, drag them down. Drag this out. Cool. So let's look at the subdivision surface object a bit better. You can add more subdivisions. So you have more smoother object. Again, here you have editor settings and renderer settings. So this editor is what you see here, and renderer is what your engine is going to render. Okay. So you may want to keep it same, but on an average 2 is more than enough. Okay, let's disable it. Okay. What else can we do to this? We can, okay, let's just go ahead and delete these ends. Okay, okay, and enable this, and now you can see. Okay, and then we can go ahead and add a cloth surface. So again, cloth surface is adding subdivisions. We don't want that. Now we want cloth surface to add thickness. So if I type 10 centimeters, now we are getting a thickness to our entire geometry. It's no longer just a thin surface. Okay, and now you see I can go back. I can keep working on this base cube, and all this geometry will keep updating. No, it's not allowing me to select the points. Okay, let's just take out the plot surface. Go to the points mode. No, I think it wants me to disable. Yeah, now I can do it. ML, go to the plan. So you can keep playing around with it until you're happy. Now there are many tools here to use, but I will suggest that you try to work with the minimum tools at the beginning and try to get a good result out of it. That is the best way to practice here. Otherwise, if you try to use too many tools, it's going to get a lot confusing. Okay. I think this one is too high. So I'm going to go to the plan view and select all these edges. Okay, to move it down. Now, if I go to perspective again, you see it has missed this one. So the reason that is happening is because we have this only select visible elements is turned on. So if I go to the plan view again by pressing F2, and if I remove this, and now I can select this, and it will make sure that it has selected everything because only select visible elements was turned off. Now this is an option of the selection tool. So if I press 9, I will see this option. If I press 0, which is a rectangular tool, I will see these options here. Okay. And now I will move this down. Okay. Maybe bring it a little bit closer. Then I will select these loops by UL and move it up here. UL again. Move it up. Okay. Our bevel is always there. Okay. It's working. You can disable that. Subdivision surface is on, and now the plot surface is on. Okay. Wait, let's make it a child. Yeah. No. Okay, there you go. So as you can see, you don't have to worry about extruding these surfaces to make them a thickness, to give them a thickness. You can simply use cloth surface and it will always work, and it is a parametric tool. So you can always increase the thickness as much as you want. Either you go the other direction or outside. There is this option of bulging. Now this bulging is sometimes handy, okay, but in this case it's working fine without the bulge. The bulge is giving it some weird shape which we don't want. Okay, cool. Okay. What else can we do? Okay, so we disable this tool, go back to the cube. I'm going to go to the edge mode, ML again, and I'm going to click here. So now you see it has created this cut outside. Don't pay attention to that. We had selected it earlier. That's why it's there. I'll undo it. I will click outside. So we lose that selection. Press ML and create a cut here. I'm gonna press Z once more so I can switch from, switch between them two, between the modeling modes. I come here, press 9, select this two, press D for extrude and extrude this out. Now you see it also selected these bottom ones, because if I press 9, we have this turned off. So let's turn it on, because I don't want to select the surfaces behind. I'll select only these two. D extrude. There you go. Okay, that's how we want it. Go to the edge mode, 0, select that, reposition these, 0, reposition these, go to the plan. Okay, you can select like this and reposition. Maybe this is too much outside, bring it in. Now there is another way to reposition this. So you can select this and press MO, which is for slide. Okay, and right click and say slide, MO. Select this one, MO. Okay, or you can just move it using the move tool. Cool. And let's turn on the subdivision surface again. Nice. Now you can see like the transition is not very natural. So let's try to fix that. I'm gonna switch off the bevel for a while and go here. Go to the edge mode, select these two, MO, and slide it further. Now you can see this one is giving us problems. So let's bring it out. If it goes beyond the triangle, then it's a problem. Let's keep it outside. This one also, maybe we can pull this up. Look at the Alt Q. Even here, maybe I would like to make it a nicer transition. MO, Alt Q. There you go. We have kind of like a wing structure coming out. Alt Q. Let's do the same here. ML. Select the surfaces. Press D for extrude. Drag it out. You can also control it here. Okay. And then go to the edge mode. Select this one. MO slide. So if I drag it to the right, it is going in one direction. Drag it to the left, it's going in another direction. Okay. If you hit the limit, just release your mouse, click again, keep dragging. Okay. MO. Maybe this one can also slide. There you go. So here, MO. Now we run into problem again. Let's bring this out. Alt Q. There you go. We have some wing structures. Cool. We can do one more quickly. ML. I'm gonna select up here. Extrude them out. Alt Q, and you see it's not exactly the way we want. So we select this edge, MO, move it also a little bit. Press 0, rectangular selection, MO. Yeah, there you go, a little bit better. Okay. Cool. So these are the basics of hard surface modeling. You can, so I've used this technique for, of course, this one, but for many objects that are created on my other page. So this one, for example, or this one that I showed you before, we're going to create this, polygonal effect later. I'm going to show you how that happens. And actually, yeah, at the beginning, I created many hard surface modelings. Yeah, these ones basically, they were pretty basic, but the same technique is used. Of course, we are not going to look at rendering today. We are going to have another session just for the Octane render. Okay. Cool. Okay. Now we are going to look at some sculpting. Okay. So we're going to use this same geometry and we are going to sculpt it. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to hold control, drag it. So we have a copy. And I'm going to hide this one by holding Alt and double clicking the signal. So it's red. It's not visible anymore. If you want to disable it entirely, you can also disable the ticks. So that way, the computer is not keep processing them. Cool. So now we are going to make this editable. So while the cloth surface is selected, you have to, or rather you first select all the 4 of them, right click and say connect objects and delete. So what it's going to do is basically merge everything to give you one single hard mesh. Okay. Now you can no longer access, like you no longer have these access to cube or bevel, plot surface. No, it's just one cube. I'm going to undo it. So we see how it happened again. I'm just going to draw a rectangle, select all of them, right click, connect objects plus delete. If you do current state to object, it's going to give you a mesh. Okay. But it's not going to merge it. So we want it merged. We just say connect objects plus delete. We have a mesh. And now I'm going to click here and say go to sculpt. Okay. So we were working in a custom layout before. Now we're going to switch to the sculpt layout. And sorry, keeps switching to this other screen. Excuse me. And now you see our layout has changed. So now we no longer have material palette, but here we can see our sculpting tools and the content browser has changed to sculpting layers. The attributes manager is still there. So if I select this geometry, if I click on the object manager, we can still see it. And we go to sculpting layer. And the first thing we're going to do is click subdivide. Okay. And what that's going to do is if I go to object, it's going to add this blue tag on top, which is a sculpting tag. Okay. We don't really have to do anything with it. It's just there. It's going to record all the sculpting that we are going to do. If you want to go back to the original object, you can just delete that tag and you will lose all the sculpting. Okay. So that way, you have a better control. Go to the sculpting layers, select this object. We have subdivision. And if you click it one more time, now you see it keeps on densifying the mesh. You can also see here, the current level is 1. It shows you the polygon count. If I click it again, you see current level is 2 and it is increasing the polygon count. Okay. And you can switch between these various states here, level 1, level 2. You can also do here decrease, decrease, increase, increase. If you click subdivide once more, it's going to subdivide it the third time to the third level. Now, the model is going to keep getting heavier and heavier. But let's keep just working in here. Now, another thing that I forgot to do was it's better to sculpt the model without giving it a thickness. So if I go back to the object here and I delete this and I bring back our original geometry, okay, the cloth surface is working here. I would prefer not to have cloth surface working when I'm sculpting, because that's just going to create a lot of problems in sculpting. So I'm just going to select this subdivision surface, control, drag it out, and select all of them, connect objects plus delete. And I'm going to hide these, disable this. Okay. So now we have this mesh, which no longer has a thickness. And now I'm going to use it for sculpting. Okay. So click subdivide, maybe one more time. And now we have this mesh. Now let's look at these tools. So now we are starting to like encroach on the territory of ZBrush a little bit. Of course, Cinema 4D can do some basic sculpting, but not at as good as ZBrush. So we have this spool tool, which is going to allow me to pull geometry outside. Actually, sculpting is a lot of fun, and a lot of people use Wacom stylus for it. And that way, it's a lot more fun. With mouse, it's a little bit more challenging, but still manageable. So, you can just click and keep dragging on it, and it will, just pull the surface out. If you do shift and click, it will change to the smoothing brush, and it will smoothen your geometry. If you do control, I think it's going to subtract. Okay, here you go. So that's the pull brush. Can do a little bit more here, like maybe hold down shift and smoothen it a bit. So the pull brush will have this size here and the pressure. Like any other tool, you can hold down Alt and middle mouse drag horizontally to control the size. If I drag it vertically, it's going to control the pressure, okay, which is the second slider. So you don't want pressure too high, because that's going to, quickly go out of control. To have a nicer control, it's nicer to have low level of pressure, and you can just, do it multiple times until you get a desired effect. You go to the grab. Now the grab is quite powerful. So it's just going to, grab things out. Where it is really useful is to modify the overall geometry. So for that, so you make this one really big, okay? And now if I drag it out, you see it is modifying the overall geometry, something closer to what FFD was doing earlier. Okay, so if you're not happy with the shape of your model, I press F2, I go to the plan, and let's say I want this one, a little bit corrected. Maybe this one facing out, maybe a little bit, or you go to the perspective and go in here, make this a little bit smaller, bring it out, bring this wing out a little bit more, maybe. Of course, you're going to do it multiple times, undo it, do it, to get it right, because yeah, you're not going to get it right the first time. So the grab tool is quite powerful. Can go in here, make it taller. Okay. And then of course you have a smoothing tool, which will smooth everything, but you don't really have to select it. You can just, while you're in other tool, just hold down shift and you have access to the smooth tool. Okay, so the smoothing tool is usually at 100%. Again, you can reduce it down. Okay, the wax tool will help you quickly build geometry on top. Okay, so it's very similar to the pull tool, but let's say you can differentiate it by saying it's like adding clay on top of your sculpture. So to see it better, maybe we have it higher subdivisions. Let's go to the level 3, or no, maybe level 2, and wax tool. You see now it's adding the geometry, and then you use the smoothing tool to kind of smooth it out, to your liking. Undo, do. Okay, then you have a knife tool which allows you to make some sharp cuts. Okay, all these brushes, they have these similar settings of size and pressure. There are some more down there, but you don't really use them as much. These two, I mean, these basic ones, I find them sufficient. Now there are these 4 here. One is called link size. If it is on, then no matter which tool you are on, you will have the same size. Otherwise, each one will have the different size. Okay, so the link size allows you to seamlessly switch between the different tools. Same with the pressure, symmetry. So if I go to the pool tool and I go to the symmetry tab, and if I enable the symmetry, well, this is not a good example, but let's create a new file, Control N, and I create a sphere in the, and I add a lot of segments. Go to icosahedron, explode it, add subdivision, and now I go to pool. Okay, but now if I turn on the symmetry, you see you can sculpt a face, for example. Okay, it's quite, symmetry is very powerful in that way. Okay, I'm going to close this file. Okay, go back to original, and then you have flatten, which is going to flatten your surfaces. But again, this needs like a lot of practice. They're not easy to use. Inflate will just inflate the geometry in that location. You have a pinch, which will give you very hard edges. So let's reduce the size. And if I click here, it gives me this pinch. Cool. Then you have amplify, which are very similar to inflate, fill, scrape. Scrape is actually kind of interesting. So quickly kind of trims your surface. Okay. And then you have eraser. So eraser will basically erase anything that you did. No, it's not really working. But probably I already erased all the sculpting. So let's say erase. Yeah, there you go. So basically it will take you back to your original surface. Cool. And then you have a mask, which will basically allow you to mask the area, and then basically you can no longer sculpt on that area. Okay, so let's go back to mask. I think, is there a way to invert it? I'm sure there is a shortcut to just invert the mask quickly, but I'm not able to remember that now. But let's say you want to mask a large portion, you can just quickly do that, and then hold control to unmask the area that you want to work on. And then I can grab the tool. There's a grab tool, and now it is only working on this. And then just erase the mask. There you go. Cool. So that's all the sculpting for you guys. Okay, so now let's go back to our custom user mode. Okay, so let's say I want to sculpt while staying in this interface. You can go here in the sculpting tools, select models. No, okay, I'm not able to find the sculpting. The sculpting is somewhere here, but usually I just prefer in the tools. No, usually I just prefer switching to sculpt mode and sculpt there. But you can also have them like floating in your novel interface here, and you can just access the tools right here while you have access to timeline, let's say. Okay, cool. So now let's go back to my main page where we are going to look at this effect. Okay, so you see like there are these scales kind of coming out. Okay, and then we are going to see how we can animate it. Okay, but let's first create those scales. So we have this geometry, and I'm going to like, we have this sculpting tag, but if I delete it, it kind of takes me back to the original geometry. But I want to retain it. So how do I do it? Is you select all, and again, you say current state to object, and now you have the baked geometry without a tag. So I can delete this one, and you see this one has all the sculpting applied to it. But I will not delete it. I will just hide this. Okay. And we continue working on this latest mesh. So if we look closely at this, the scales, they are pretty evenly sized. Okay. Like it's not like small and big, they're just all evenly sized. Of course, they're extruding gradually. That is another problem. But first we have to make all the scales even size. And if you look at our grid right now, it is pretty uneven. Like there are some, I mean, there are no squares first, they are all rectangles. So we have to first make them into squares. So how we are going to do it? I'm going to type Shift C to open the commander, and I'm going to type remesh. Okay. And the remesh is going to help me to create an even spaced grid. You can also find it here, I think, somewhere. No, it has to be, yeah, there you go, remesh, just under the subdivision surface. Okay. But before we apply remesh, because this geometry is pretty heavy, if I apply remesh to it, it will probably collapse. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to make this geometry lighter while retaining the outer edges. So we do that by using polygon reduction, which is right next to the remesh. So I'm going to bring the polygon reduction and make cube the child of polygon reduction. And now you're going to see here in your left bottom corner, it's processing. And there you go. You have the same geometry, but with lesser polygons. Okay. Here you have a reduction strength, which is at 90%. If I bring it down, what it's going to do is, like, as you can see, it tries to go back to its original geometry. But we don't want that. We want it to be as light as possible. Let's say 95%. And, that's pretty good. And you'll also notice that they are all turned into triangles. They're no longer squares or rectangles. So let's bring it up again. It's gonna process and give us a geometry. Now, when you guys are practicing at home, try to keep your models simple. Don't make very complicated models at first, because that's a sure way of crashing your computer. So let's right click here and say current state to object. So now again, it's going to give us this latest mesh with the polygon reduction applied to it. So I hid the previous one. Okay. What you can do is you can simply make this polygon reduction a child of remesh and work with it. But then there is too much processing involved and the computer will just take a lot of time to show you the result. So sometimes it's just easier to bake the geometry. And now I'm going to use the remesh and this cube. Let's make it a child of that. Again, be very careful in inputting complex geometry into remesh because it will crash your computer. And now you can see our geometry is giving us mostly squares. There are some triangles, but that's okay. And again here, mesh density 100%, 200%. Now it's calculating and now it's giving us smaller squares, but let's stay with 100%. Okay, then you have these options, keep outline, keep creases. They don't really, maybe here. Yeah, let's see. Yeah, there you go. So keep outline, make sure that you have the original geometry edges. Cool. So now we are getting closer to this effect. Okay. And now what I'm going to do is bring out this Mograph panel. Okay. And earlier we were using polyFX. So what polyFX did was basically helped us to take control of individual unit, let's say. We can do that, but I think in this case, more extrude is better. So more extrude, let's bake this geometry once again. Current state to object, remesh. So there you go. Okay. And we will hide the original object and also disable these. Okay, so let's make more extrude child of cube or the mesh. And now you can see each surface is getting extruded. So what more extrude does is basically allows you to extrude your geometry. So let's create a new file to show you an example, Control N. And I'm going to create a sphere and I'm going to create more extrude, make it a child of sphere, and you will see now it is extruding the sphere. If I change the sphere to icosahedron, you have the more extrude will adapt to it. But right now it has 4 extrusion steps. We just want one. And we want to scale these extrusions down. So 0.1, tab, 0.1, tab, 0.1. There you go. You have, I'm going to extrude it more. And there you have this cool effect. Again, this is a parametric setup. You can scale up your sphere and it will adapt to it. Let's close this file and let's look here. More extrude, extrusion steps 1 and 0.1, 0.1, 0.1. And now we are very close to the effect that we're looking for. Let's extrude it further, let's say 15 centimeters, and there you go. We are very close to this. Okay. Let's bring back our original geometry here. I think it is this one. Yeah. There you go. Okay, and I'm gonna go ahead and give it a cloth surface. I don't want any subdivisions. They are 0, and thickness I will give -10. There you go. So now we have our geometry with thickness with this weird scales. Cool. So if I show you, take you here, basically this is how this effect is created. Okay. But you have here like evenly shaped or like evenly extruded pyramids. What we want is this gradual effect of pyramids extruding and gradually vanishing. So let's look into that. But I think for that, we need to look at extrude effectors. Okay, so before we do that with effectors, but before we move on to effectors, I think we need to understand the cloner object. Okay, so what we're going to do is we are going to take a break. Then I'm going to explain you the cloner object, and then we will come back to this model and see how we can achieve the gradual, extrusion of these different pyramids. So maybe let's take a little bit longer break, but I think, wait, there are some questions. Let's look at those. How to get rid of cut mode? Is it sculpt under mesh? Sorry, I didn't understand what you're saying. Can you illustrate your question better? Okay, so anyway, let's take a little bit longer break. Let's say like 10 minutes maybe, so that we are already 3 hours into the session, and it's definitely going to go above 5 hours. So I can say 6.5 hours. So go around, stretch your legs, and I'll see you back in 10 minutes. Thank you, guys. Hello, everyone. So let's just hang around a couple of minutes. I was looking at some questions, and I think this one is, yeah, Walter was saying, is it sculpt and a mesh? So yes. So if you go to mesh here and go to sculpt, and if I hold this grip and it has basically all the sculpting tools. Subdivide it, and then you have access. It's not showing all. Yeah, brushes. So the brushes will have all the tools. Cool. So you can sculpt while being in your normal layout. Okay, so let's wait another minute before we start with Mograph. Okay, so it's 11. Let's continue with the next chapter. Okay, welcome back everyone. So today we are here to, learn Cinema 4D, at least introduction. And now we are going to start with Mograph, which is the most important and most powerful tool in Cinema 4D. So if I click here and click this grip, basically we already have it out here. So let's close this one and right click, icon size, large icons. Okay. And so the first object that we see here is the cloner object. And so let's click there and we have cloner. So the cloner forms the basis of Mograph. Mograph stands for motion graphics. So I don't know why they name it that way, but maybe because this software is used so much in motion graphics. For us, we are going to find some architectural applications. Okay, so let's create a good old cube. I'm going to go to display card shading. So we see the lines, and we are going to make cube child of cloner. There you go. And now you suddenly see this larger cube with 3 divisions. But what it is if you go to cloner object, and if I increase this size, what it is actually is the grid of 9 cubes. Here you see count 3, 1, 3. So let's say if I put 3 here, we have a grid of 27 cubes. Okay, so what cloner is basically doing is multiplying your geometry and creating more instances. So there is a mode right now which is called grid array. We have linear array, which will only do it in one axis. Then you have object array, you have radial array, which will do radially. And earlier we were looking at grid array. Okay, so let's switch to linear array and spend some time here. So we have a cube, and let's say we create a cylinder and a sphere. And if I make them a child of cloner along with the cube, you see that in the sequence, sphere is the first one, then you have a cylinder, and then you have a cube. If I go to cloner and increase the count, it will keep on repeating the sequence. Okay, just keep it 9 checks, and you see here the clones iterate. That means it will repeat this sequence. If I go to random, then it will randomly place them. If I go to blend, then it will blend from sphere to the cube, okay, evenly. Of course, it's not blending the geometry, like, I mean, it's not turning sphere into cube, but it's just organizing them, okay. Then you have reset coordinates that we are going to look at later. Texture, we are not concerned with that right now. Then you have instance mode. You have instance, render instance, and multi-instance. Now, render and multi-instance, they're almost the same. The main difference that we have to look at is instance and render instance. So what instance does is it's making copies of these objects, whereas render instance is making like clones. So basically like blocks that we have in Rhino. Okay. What it does is it helps us to keep our model lighter, the render instance. Your viewport will perform faster. Okay. In the instance mode, your viewport will, like, if you have too many clones, it will start to, like, the moment will slow down. Okay, let's go back to the iterate mode, and let's maybe reduce this to 6. You have offset, which will kind of, instead of starting from 0, it will, it will just jump by like 3 offsets, is 3 into 407. Let's bring this to 100, or maybe 200. Okay, let's make this 0. Let's this to 300. Then you have mode, which is per step, and endpoint. So basically, endpoint means 1500. So it is calculating from the start to the endpoint. Per step is going to calculate the distance between every clone. Okay. Then you have this scale. So let's say I type 150. Oh, no, not 1500, 150. So it is scaling objects in X direction 50% more, but it is doing it a compound scaling. So this object is 50% bigger. This object is 50% more than this object, and so on and so forth. Okay. Same with, let's say, 150, 150, 150. As you can see, the objects keep on getting bigger and bigger. Okay. Let's reset it. So if you want to reset them together, click here, shift, click all these. Okay. Right click, reset to default. And no, did something wrong here. Let's put 100. And then you have 10% rotation. So you see every object is turning 10, 10, 10 addition. Okay. So which is like very cool for creating turning torso. So 200, and you can see, can do it more. You want to do it in another direction. Okay. So basically, as you have already noticed, that cloner allows you to control multiple instances at the same time. Let's switch to the grid array. Okay. So let's start it down to 1 and 10 by 10. Okay. So you can, it's 200, 200, 200. So now you have this tight grid of many objects, and you are in the grid array mode. Here you have the same option: iterate, random, blend, sort, textures, instances, and the count in form is cubic or sphere. So actually, now you see we have a grid of 10 by 10 by 10, so like 1000 cubes. So the cubic will show you all of them. sphere will kind of constrain them inside the sphere and hide the others. Cylinder, it will show you in cylinder shape, and there's some fill setting which I don't know what does. And then you have object, so you can manually enter an object here and it will basically act as a selection to show or hide the clones. Okay, this is a very new feature, I think, with this latest release of Cinema 4D. It wasn't there before. Okay, so let's move on to the object cloner. Okay, so we already looked at linear, grid array, and radial. Let's look at the object. Okay, now this object one is quite interesting because I've found some cool architectural applications for it. Okay, so what we are going to do is we are going to build a spiral staircase. Let me open the model that I created yesterday. Okay, here you go. So we have this spiral staircase, and it is a fully parametric spiral staircase. All I have to do is just don't worry what I'm doing right now. We're gonna see later, like create from scratch to zero. I'm just showing you the final result first. So we can, let's say height is 300, I'd say into 3, so which is 3 floors. Okay, and then I'm going to end angle, which is 360 into 3, and you can see the whole staircase kind of updates. The railings, they are not updating, so I just have to turn them off and on again, and they will adapt to it. So all I'm doing is there is this master helix, and I'm just changing, let's say its radius, and the whole staircase adapts to it. Okay, there you go. So we're gonna learn today how to create this parametric staircase. Cool. So let's switch back to, oh, let's create a new project. Create a cloner, and we have objects. Create a floor, so plane, scale it up, go to shading mode. I don't want to see any segments, so I'm gonna just put one segment here. And then I'm gonna go in this one. This is basically I have primitive curves. Earlier we looked at primitive objects, but here you have primitive curves. So we're gonna look at helix. Okay. And I don't want it in this orientation. Let's change it to XZ, so it's pointing in the right direction. Let's switch off the work plane. Too much information. Sorry. Yeah, so it's the radius I want to change to 300 by 300. So start radius and the end radius. The end radius is where the helix is ending. So you can create like a conical helix, but we want a uniform radius throughout, so 300. Okay. The end angle is 720. So the helix is taking 2 turns. We want only 1 turn, which is 360. Okay. And the height I want to achieve as 300 centimeter, which is like the height of 1 floor. Cool. So now if I select this helix, it also selects this plane in the background, because the selection tool is selecting both of them. So let's make it in a way that we can never select this plane. So I'm gonna right click on the plane, go to programming tags and say interaction. So it adds this interaction tag, and now I can say disable viewport selection. So if I select plane, it shows me the properties of the plane. But if I click on this interaction tags, it shows me the properties of this interaction tag. And click here, disable viewport selection. Now, if I select the helix, it will not select the plane. Okay, so this is pretty handy. So it's kind of a way to lock the object. Okay. If you still want to select plane, you select it here, and then you can change its properties. But out here, it will not select the plane. It will only select the helix. Cool. So we have our clone ready. So what we are going to do is we are going to create steps, and we're going to orient those steps on this helix. So let's create a cube and put it in the cloner, make a child of cloner. And now you see nothing is happening because we have to feed this helix into this object field. So we're going to drag this helix here. Okay. So let's do this again. You have to have cloner selected so that this object field is visible, and then you're going to drag the helix. Okay. If the cloner is not selected, then you can drag it to nowhere. Okay. If you bring it inside, it doesn't work. It has to be outside. The cloner is selected. The object field is here, and you drag the helix there. Okay. And you can see instantly all the cubes are stacking onto this helix. So let's select the cube and select the scale, and I'm going to just scale them down. Okay. So I'm not really paying attention to the size of the steps right now while scaling. I'm just scaling it for visual purpose. Go to the cloner, look at the cloner settings, and now if you look at this distribution, it says count as 10. We want to change it to step, and we want every step, let's say every 45 centimeters, or in inches it will be 18 inches. Okay, 45. Okay, of course it's not looking like spiral staircase in any way, so let's kind of make these steps to the right size. So let's select cube, and the object properties, let's say 30 by 120. No, I think I used the wrong 120, so 120 should be here and 30 here. Okay, that's better. So maybe this one is 45, or maybe this one should be 45. Yeah, that's better. Cool. So now you see, like, they are not really aligning horizontally, so that they work as a stair. So for that, we have to input a rail object. So we are going to make a copy of this helix, control drag. So we have a copy, select the cloner, drag this helix one to the rail object. Okay. And now we'll see something funny happening. But keep in mind, they are separate inputs. The object along which the helix is or the objects along which helix is working goes in this field, and then you have a rail field which accepts the second helix, which is in the same location right now. But the moment I lift it up, you see that they are starting to organize themselves in a better manner. Okay, but it still looks like a ramp. We want them to look like a steps. So next to this rail, you have this target field, and you turn it on, and you see they are now looking as a spiral stair. Pretty cool. Okay, so this helix is working as a target object along which all these stairs are oriented. Okay, so if I move this helix, you will see that the stairs, they change their orientation pointing towards this helix. Okay, we don't want that. We just want it to be, vertically above. Okay, so we can make it a child of this master helix or the main helix. Okay, so if I move this main helix, the secondary helix or the target helix will move along with it because it is a child of this main helix. Okay. Oh, I'm saying helix so many times. Okay, let's go further. Now there are some more settings here. If you say smooth rotation, nothing really happens. Then you have this align clone. If I turn it off, you can see they are not aligning tangentially to the helix. So the align clone is very important. Next to this rail, you also have scale. So I think the scale will be determined by the position, but I don't think so. It's working. Anyway, not needed. We just need a target. Okay. Then you have this offset. So if I offset it, basically they are moving along, but because the loop is on, you see now, okay, then you have offset variation. You have start, end, okay. So we don't really need these settings, but I'm just showing you that they exist and they have some different applications, but not in this case. Okay. So we have this staircase. Now let's work on this individual step a bit better so that we have, more, like if I go back to this example that I created before, you can see like each stair is a wedge shape, and fitting with the overall stair. So what is Untitled 5? Let's close it. So sorry, I think I didn't mention one, that how do you switch between the projects that are open inside Cinema 4D. So you press V and it opens this context menu. If you right click, it opens a different kind of context menu. So you press V and here you have projects, and over here you can select the project that you want to work on. Okay, press V, go here. I think also you can switch from here. File, no, no, you can't. I think recent files maybe. But anyway, we can switch from here, which is like a shortcut. Okay. There are some more things here, but we are going to look at them later. Okay. Cool. So let's look at individual step. So if I disable the cloner, it will show me that main cube. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back to deformers that we were looking at before, and I'm going to create FFD, make it a child of this cube, and say fit to parent. So it will fit onto this cube, and the grid points, I'm going to bring it down to 2, 2, 2. I'm going to turn on the points. Okay. And let's turn on cloner. I'm going to hide this plane for a while. Okay. No. Yeah. So what I want to do is basically make it narrower inside. So when you turn on the cloner, it hides this cube, but it is still showing you like the selection that you did for these points. Okay. There you go. Then let me go underneath. I will turn off the cloner, select these bottom points, turn on the cloner, and then drag this vertically up, or maybe just this one point, not both of them. Turn on the cloner. There you go. And we do the same with this outside point. Turn off the cloner, select this point, and just eyeball it. Okay. And finally, turn off the cloner, select these 2 points, turn on the cloner again, and check it out. Cool. So now we have a natural looking step for this spiral staircase. Again, this cube is still parametric. Okay, you can go on and add segments to it if you want. Okay. But all the job is being done by FFD, which is taking control of the shape of this cube. And then you have this cloner. So the setup is fully parametric right now. Okay. Cool. So we have, again, we have this staircase aligned to this helix. Now let's make the railings. So for that, I'm going to copy this helix again. So control, drag. Okay. We also got this target helix, which we don't want. I'm going to delete it. And this helix, I'm going to say position it 100 centimeters vertically. Okay. So if you guys are working in inches, you can type 40 inches. If you want to switch between the units, you go to edit, preferences, units, and you can switch between the units here. So we have this helix now, but we want to resize it so that it will help us to make the railing. So 300, I'm gonna add plus 60. So it goes to the outer edge. So if I press F2 to see it in plan, you can see it's kind of spiraling inwards because we have to change the end radius as well. There you go. Now it is at the edge. Cool. Now I'm going to come here and not here, the second one, create a sweep object. Okay. The sweep object is going to help us create a pipe along this helix. So we go to the curves and select a circle, and we are going to make this circle and helix a child of sweep object. And now we have this massive pipe. So we will select the circle, take the scale and scale it down. There you go. Select the circle and you can control the radius, maybe 2.5 centimeters or 1 inch. And the definition is very high. So we select the helix and intermediate points uniform. It is right now at 8. We can reduce it to 2. Okay. And the circle also we can reduce it to 2. No, 82. 2. There you go. It's a little bit more simpler. Cool. So that's pipe 1. Let's control drag it to make a copy and go to this helix, and I'm gonna 360, I'm gonna change it to 240 and 240. So we have internal railing. This helix, I'm just gonna go ahead and hide it. I don't want to keep saying it. Cool. I hope everybody's able to follow properly. Cool. Now let's make the spandrels. So for that, we are going to create another cloner object and change it to object mode. In the object tag, we are going to insert a cylinder, make the cylinder child of this cloner object. Let's name it spandrel. This one is, let's group them by pressing Alt G, and they are handrail. And this is stair flight. Okay, cool. And this is a reference curve. This one is floor. There you go. Okay. So the spandrels. So the cylinder is a child of spandrel right now, but nothing is happening because we have to input the reference curve. So we are going to use this curve. This we use to make a sweep. So while the spandrel is selected, we are going to drag this. Yeah, there you go. So now you can see all the cylinders are aligned. Again, we are going to go to step, no, not even step, and say 45 centimeters. And we are going to go to cylinder and reduce the radius to, let's say, 1 centimeter. There you go. Rotation segments, maybe just 4. We don't need a lot. Go back here, and if we turn off the align clone, you can see they all become vertical. We don't want them, tilting outside. There you go. And select this one, and we have to reduce the height of the cylinders. So that is going to be 100. But now you can see that all these clones are along this helix. We want them to position below. So we select this cloner or the spandrel cloner, go to transform. And here I can say -50, and they will move down 50 centimeters. If I say in X direction, they're moving that way, and Z is another direction. We want to move them up and down vertically. If I say 50, they're going to move above. We want minus 50. Cool. Again, I'm going to make a copy of this spandrel and use the other helix. There you go. Not the rail, actually. Clear. It has to go in the object tag. There you go. And now we have the spandrels for the other one. Actually, I think they're called balustrades, not spandrels. Anyway, okay. Cool. So we have our staircase ready. So you can go ahead and put it in a group and type spiral stair. Okay. And you can move it all together. No, doesn't want to move. Why? Because the stairs are attached to this helix. Okay. So even if the cloner is moving, the individual children are still attached to this helix. So while moving, this helix has to be part of this group. Okay, now we can go ahead and move it. Cool. And now this is a staircase for just one floor. Let's say we want to make it for 3 floors. So I'm going to go to this helix and I'm going to say height is 900. So now it is 3 times bigger. And then the angle also has to, the staircase has to turn 3 times. So I'm going to say into 3. So you can actually do calculations here. Okay. But now you see the setup is kind of screwed up because the target helix needs to also be updated. So height into 3 and angle into 3. And I'm going to lift it up a bit more. It's hidden right now, so you don't see it. And now you see the staircase is working fine. I'm going to go inside this handrails and I'm going to update these helixes as well. So I'll select both of them together and into 3, height into 3. And there you go, the staircase is updated. Cool. So we have this fully parametric stair. But in our example earlier that we were looking at, all I had to do was just this one helix, change the height, and it will automatically update the entire staircase. In our example, what we are doing is we are separately going in each of helix and updating the parameters for each of them. So how do we make this transition where I just have one master helix, I control that one, and it automatically updates the parameters of other helixes. So this is where a bit of a programming comes in. So in Cinema4D, we have Espresso scripting. Just like in Rhino, we have Grasshopper. So as you have already noticed, Cinema4D is an inherently parametric software. The entire workflow is just based on parameters. But you can go one step further by doing Espresso scripting and connect different parameters to each other so that they are working in tandem. Okay. So what we are going to do is we're going to look at basics of Espresso scripting. So we're going to pause this the Mograph for a while, like take a small detour to Espresso and then come back to Mograph again. Okay, because this Espresso can be best expressed or explained using this example. I think let's take the advantage right now. So with Espresso, like it's very much like Grasshopper. Like you have this node based scripting, but you can also just do some programming right here. Like just right click, select one parameter, right click on the other parameter and connect them. So the very important aspect of Espresso is setting the set driver and set driven. So the set driver is a master parameter that is driving the other parameter. And if you just understand this, that is the basics of Espresso, and it will help you speed up your workflow by a great deal. So let's look at our master helix. What we want is when I change the height of this master helix, all the other helixes also change their height. So what I have to do is I have to connect the height of this one to the other ones. So how do I do that? So while this helix is selected, actually what we'll do is uh, take this target helix outside. We no longer want it to be the child because they're all part of this group and they're all going to move together. So let's go here. The start radius. Actually, let's also connect the radius. So if you want to shrink the staircase or make it wider, we can do that. Right click, expressions, set driver. Okay, and we come to this target helix, start radius. Right click, expressions, set driven absolute or set driven relative. In this case, we are going to do set driven relative. I'm going to explain you the difference later. Okay, now you see there is a tag that gets added there, which is an Espresso tag. I go to this helix, right click, expressions, set driven relative. This helix, right click, expressions, set driven relative. So now what has happened, basically, I have connected the start radius to all the others. So if I type this 400, you can see the entire staircase is updating. This is pretty cool because now I don't have to go in each of helix and update the start radius. It's all connected to the one. Similarly, what we are going to do, let's bring back this to 300. Right click on the end radius, expressions, set driver, select this helix, hold down control, select this one, select this one. So all three are selected. Right click, expressions, set driven relative. Now another tag gets added. Okay, go back to the master, end angle, expressions, set driver. Select the other three helix, end angle, expressions, set driven. Go back to the helix. We set the height, expressions, set driver. Select the other helixes, height, right click, set driven relative. And now we have a fully parametric staircase that is controlled by this one helix alone. So all I have to do is now height, reduce it to 600. And you can see we have, the whole staircase has updated. Cool. So now let's look at this tags. So if I double click on this, it opens the node-based scripting. So let's bring down here. So we have this height that is input of this primary helix or the master helix, and then you have height, which is the receiving the information from this helix, which is the helix one. Okay, you can select different ones and you can see they are all separate scripts. Okay, now let's refine it a little bit more. Okay, if you look at these balustrades, they are right on the edge. I want them 5 centimeter inside, and I want this to be part of the scripting. So all I have to do again is just control the radius, or let's say control the radius of this one helix, and these balustrades will always fall 5 centimeters inside of this outer edge. How do I do that? Is we look at this helix, which is and has this radius 360. Okay, and this radius has to be 355. so that these balustrades will come inside. Now let's go to, yeah, this one, in radius, in angle, this one. So let's double click this one. Okay, and we are going to type here math, and it gives math add, and we have this parameter here which shows add, but what we want is subtract. So I'm going to subtract it, and I want the input 1 to be the start radius of this master helix, and the input 2 will be 5 value. So the radius of the master helix will be subtracted by 5 units, and then now this one will go to the range mapper. Cool. And now you can see down here, actually, it has already updated right here. But this is at the start radius. We also have to do that for the end radius. So we're going to come here. I think we already did this one. So now let's do this one. I hope everybody is able to follow. I know it's a little bit complex, and I encourage you to revisit this tutorial again so that you can understand what's going on a bit better. Let's change this add to subtract, and 5, and there you go. And now you can see these balustrades are always 5 centimeters inside. Also the railing, of course, or the handrail. Okay, so the entire handrail is 5 centimeters inside. We can do the same to the other helix, which is this other railing. Okay, but let's not spend time on that. Now let's go to the master helix, and let's change the radius, let's say to 400. And now you can see these balustrades and this entire railing is always 5 centimeters inside from the outer edge, no matter what the radius you choose. So this is how I think we can make an architectural application of this cloner object with the help of the Espresso. Now I found one weakness in here, which was like when I change the height, let's say to 600, I have to go and change the angle to 720. So what I can do is I can write another script and connect this end angle to the height. So I don't have to change them separately. Okay, so I've never done this before. Let's try to figure it out. So height. So I'm going to do height is set. Let's change it to 300 first so that we just have one staircase, and we send this to 360. So let's say height expressions set driver, and then end angle, right click, expressions set driven relative. And now let's see what happens. Let's say 600, and nope, it is doing 1440. So something is wrong over there. 300, 360. Okay. So let's look at the script here. Cool. So if we look at the range mapper, okay, it is receiving an input of 300, okay, and the input lower is 300 and upper is 400, because before we were playing with the radius of 300, 400, that's why. So the output at 300 is 360, and output at upper end is 720. That's not what we want. We want to change it to such a way that it is like 300. When 300 becomes 600, 360 becomes 720. Okay, so let's try to figure this out. So we need a math for that. Probably no need of math. I think you can just do it in range mapper. Lower is 300. So input upper, we change it to 600. No, not this one. There's something wrong here with this tag. I'm going to delete it. So in angle start. So expressions set driver, expressions set driven relative. Okay. And now we go inside this tag, select this range mapper. Okay. 300. Right. So now if I go to this range mapper, I want to change this to 600. Yeah, I think now it should work. Because 300 is one floor, which is 3 meters, and 600 is 2 floors. And that's how we want. Like when we go to 600, we want 2 rotations of the helix. So now if I type 600, there you go. It is making it 720. And now all I have to do is just 300, 600, or 900, and it will multiply the end angle accordingly to achieve the desired result. Cool. So similarly, what we can do is set start radius and end radius. So start radius, expression, set driver, end radius, right click, expressions, set driven absolute, because we want end radius same as the start radius all the time. That's where we have the absolute. The absolute will use the same amount. Relative will be not the same. So for example, if I put end radius at 500 and set it as set relative, it will always maintain the difference of 100 between the two. Okay. So now all I have to do is change the start radius to 300 and it will automatically update the end radius. Okay. So all we need to do is enter these play with these two parameters, start radius and the height. And the whole staircase will update. Very cool. Let's save this. 1, 7, 11. And spiral stairs. Cool. And just to show you something cool, I'm going to go ahead. This is not related to architecture, just for fun. You're just gonna select here, right click, simulation tags, rigid body. In the plane, which is the floor, I'm gonna right click and say simulation tags, collider body. And I'm gonna hit play. And there you go, we explode our staircase. But its thing is exploding too much. Let's maybe control the explosion a little bit. So what I did was I added some physics simulations. Okay. So I go to the spiral stair and I change the trigger immediately shape to moving mesh and play. And now you see it's doing a much natural explosion. So pretty cool effect. So it just showcases you the potential of Cinema 4D. Like we just built a very accurate architectural model, a spiral staircase. It is fully parametric. All we have to do is just edit one helix and the whole staircase will adapt to it. And now we just made a cool animation of exploding that staircase. There were no keyframes involved. All I had to do was to add 2 tags. One was the rigid body tag. So each object becomes a rigid body, and the floor became a collider tag. So the rigid body can interact with that, collider body. And all you have to do is hit play. One thing I changed here was I changed this shape from automatic to moving mesh. Okay. And it's a bit heavy, on the computer. but it's okay. It's very, very fun to look at. Cool. So we spent another hour learning the cloner object, and we are gonna take a short break, and we are gonna come back to doing an animation, which is this one. So we're gonna first learn to create this project, and then we're gonna create this animation of how this, the roof unfolds. It's pretty cool. So after we do that, we are going to go back to this project and understand how, how we did this gradual transition of these skills. So yeah, feel free to ask any questions. Let me look at that. There's one question. Can the start and end radius be different? Yes. So let's go back here. Okay, there's something wrong. Anyway, let's just delete this simulation tags. So, okay. So right now what we have is 300, 300. Okay. The end radius is same as the start radius, but let's say we want them different. So I'm going to delete this tag, which is the start radius, end radius. You can see it here. It is controlling that. Let's delete it. Go back to helix, and end radius is, let's say, 500. Okay. And now we want still both of them connected. So here, right click, expressions, set driver, end radius, expressions. Before we did absolute, now I'm going to do relative. So we will always maintain the 200 centimeter difference. And now 100, we have 300 here. We go 300, 500, 600 will be 800. Very cool. And also for the steps, because we selected it as, selected it as distribution was step 45 centimeter, it's going to every time calculate the length of helix and put the steps accordingly. Now you can see there is something funny going on here. I think it's probably the location of this helix. I just have to raise it up. No, I think it's fine. Yeah. Oh, it's okay. I think it's just the way they're intersecting. But you can see there is a gap here. So you will have to go back to the primary cube and adjust the FFD again and achieve the right result. Okay, cool. All right, so let's stop here for this chapter and let's continue. Cool. I'll see you guys back in 5 minutes. Thank you. Save and close. Feel free to post any questions you have in the meantime. Hello everyone. Okay, we are back. Cool. So yeah, we just created a cool parametric model of the staircase. And now we are going to look at creating this project and how to animate the roof. Okay. Pretty cool. Very easy animation. I'm gonna create a cloner object, and earlier for staircase we used the object mode. We also looked at the linear mode. There is a radial, grid, and honeycomb. Honeycomb array will basically create the objects in honeycomb fashion. We don't want that. We just want a grid array. And B for displaying lines. Press 9 for the live selection. And we have 3 by 3. Let's make it 20 by 40. Okay. So we have these 800 cubes. Each one of them in size of 200 by 200 and also at a distance of 200 from each other. Okay. Maybe we can make them smaller, maybe like 50, 50, 50. And we also change this per step size to 50, 50, 50. There you go. That's more realistic size. Now we are going to create this cool shape of this roof. So for that, we need to understand the effectors. Okay, so what are effectors? So you look here at the top, which is called plane. If I hold down and click on the script, it gives me this. And let's make this bigger. Right click, icon size, large icons. Okay. So now we have these effectors. Okay. So to be very clear, these effectors are different than deformers. Okay. They are all represented by these blue icons and it can get confusing at first. So, these deformers, they're deforming the geometry. Effectors, what they're doing is they're helping us to build more control on each and every clone. Okay. So we have to apply these effectors to this cloner object and we can see what's going on. Okay. So while the cloner object is selected, I'm going to click plane effector. And you see immediately these clones, they are elevated by 100 centimeters. So if you go in the parameter tab of this plane effector, you see the position is lifted by 100. Okay. And if I type 500, all of them are lifted above by 500 centimeters. You can enable and disable to understand the difference. Okay. You can move them in any another direction or Z direction. Okay. 0, 500, 0. Similarly, you can do rotation. So they will all rotate at the same time. Okay. And of course, you can go ahead and animate all these, with keyframes and make some nice animations out of it. Look at scale and to scale in X direction. Okay. So let's just put it to 0. Okay. So we want to create this undulating effect of the roof. So for that, I'm going to delete the plane effector and select the cloner and use the shader effector. Okay. So now the shader effect has by default scale 0.5, which we don't want really. We want it to control the position. So let's say 300. So they're all elevated by 300. Okay. And now I can go to the shading tab. Okay. So basic and coordinates tab, they are same. The effector basically it creates, it has a strength slider. Then you have a parameter tab, which can use access to position, scale, and rotation. And then you have deformer tab, which we'll look at later, but then we are more interested in the shading tab. So shader comes with this shading tab. And we go ahead in the shader and we apply noise. So earlier we looked at noises, right? We were looking at, in the deformers, we were looking at the displacer object, and we used noise inside it. And in this case now, we are going to use shader with a noise to control the undulations of our roof. Okay, so I'm going to go inside and I'm going to raise the global scale to 500. It's not working. Let's just drag this arrow up, and now you can see, yes, the undulations are starting to be more gentle and pretty cool actually. Let's just filter, hide the work plane, create a plane for let's say floor, and the size is, let's go to the plan, and I'm just gonna drag these handles out, roughly. Go press F1 to go to perspective, and there you go. Just remove the segments. Okay, let's select the cloner, and let's go to the shader, and we go back to the parameter tab, and we asked it to move them between 300 centimeters. Let's ask for 500. And now you can see the effect is more pronounced because it is moving between 500 centimeters. But let's go in the shader, or go into the noise. And if I now increase the low clip, basically I'm adding more black values here. So actually, to give you a better idea here, what's happening is I reset the global scale to 100. Wherever you have black values, you have 0. Wherever you have white values, you have 1. So what it is doing is, if I go to the shader parameter, wherever you have black, this Y value becomes 0. Wherever you have white, this Y value becomes 500. And everything else is kind of ranging between 0 to 500. Okay. So when you are editing noise, you are basically taking control of these black and white values. And let's put this back to 3000. And if I add a contrast, you can see now we have only black and white. So all the cloners are separated between white values and the black values. But if I reduce the contrast, we have more gradual transition. So lots of grays in between basically. Okay. Let's bring the contrast to 0. Cool. So I think this low clip is doing enough job for us. So all I have to do is, like you see, they're like kind of hovering in between. So basically they are all grays. So if I have to just increase it enough so that it starts to touching the floor. Okay. So it's not like completely floating. You'll also notice that, there are some gaps here because, they're moving this too much. So maybe we can come back and say 400, slightly better. We still have some gaps, but that's okay. We're just looking at the principle behind this. Nice. Okay. Now, if I go back to my project here, you can see at these corners, there is a flat roof, kind of showing entrance, or, like a space under the patio, under this flat roof. So how do we create that? Because right now, everything is undulating. I want to take better control of, like the clones here, so that, I can have a flat roof. So in the shader, I can, let's say, add like more control so that I can, only control the cloners in a particular area. So there are a couple of ways of doing this. So you go to cloner and you say, you go here, Mograph, and Mograph selection. So what it does is, it now you can see these dots coming there. You can go ahead and select them. Okay, there you go. Or let's say rather we select the other ones and not those ones. Okay, in the corner. Now you will notice there is a tag added to the cloner, which is called Mograph selection. I'll go to the shader now, go to effector, and there is a selection field here. I'll drag this tag here, and now you will see that the shader is only being applied to the cloners that were selected. Okay, but we don't want it to be a flat foreview, we want it to be a flat roof. So we go to parameter tag, and I think let's just reverse it, -400. And now you see what's happening. Let's elevate this cloner up by 400 and maybe 300. And now you see you have a flat roof, but it's not very, it's very abrupt, not really transitioning naturally. So we want like a more natural control, not abrupt control. So let's use a different technique, which is called fields. So now you see something's gone wrong. I deleted the tag, but I did not remove it here from this selection. So I'm gonna delete that, enter, and now we have the shader working again across all the cloners. Okay. Also, I'm going to, yeah, okay, now let's keep it like this. Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna go into shader and I'm gonna go into fall off. Okay. Okay, the shader effect is not working. Okay. I mean, I just received a comment saying shader effect is not working. Well, I can't really say because there are so many parameters. I don't know where you made a mistake, but maybe check for the positions. Like if you have added the position, and in the shading tab, if you have added the noise. And of course, in the cloner, in the effectors tab, you have to input the shader. Maybe that's what missing in your model. So let me delete this here, and you can see I have to drag the shader into the effector tab, okay, for it to work. Now, earlier I did not really do this step because when the cloner is selected and you create an effector, it automatically gets added into the effector tab. If you don't do that, then you have to manually drag it here for it to work. Okay, so yeah, he says that was a problem. So yeah, I know, like these things are they take a bit getting used to, but yeah, once you know how it all works, it's really fun. Anyway, so let's go back to the problem at hand, which was creating a flat portion of the roof here. So we go to the shader and we go into fall off. I go to linear field and I create a spherical field. In this spherical field, I'm going to scale it up. And now you see that the shader is being applied only in the area where the spherical field exists. Okay, so let me just go a couple of steps back and explain the hierarchy of things here. Okay, the cloner comes first. Okay, in the cloners effector tab, you have effector. Okay, so the effector is being applied to all the cloners, and then comes a spherical field or fall off. I don't know why they gave two separate names to the same thing. You should just call either field or fall off, but okay, whatever, this is what we have. So cloner, shader, and then field. Okay, it can get a little bit confusing, this hierarchy. Okay, but let's work with it. So the spherical field, what it is doing is it is controlling the application of shader. It's more like selection. Okay, so if I drag it around, you can see it is being applied. But what we want is, let's disable it. Now, if I disable it, yeah, okay. It's not really like the shader is not really working. So you have to, in the shader, you have to go in the fall off tab and disable the spherical field from here. And you will go back to your original model, okay? I know this is a lot of information, a bit confusing. You will be lost for sure for some time, but you have to, practice this on your own to, really nail these concepts, okay? Let's bring back the spherical field, and we want a flat roof here. So we want kind of a reverse effect. So I'm gonna go here in the fall off. You have a list of different fields. So above the spherical field, I'm gonna go to remap and click invert. There you go. All I had to do was invert, and now we have this nice smooth transition to a flat roof. Okay, and I can control it the way I want. I can make the transition a little bit more hard. So there are two spheres, the inner sphere and the outer sphere. You can make it a hard transition or a very smooth transition. The outer sphere, of course, will control the overall size. Cool. And let's make a copy of this field. Go in the shader, and now you see, even if I made the copy, it's not added here. So I'm gonna go ahead and add it here. And I'm gonna change the blending mode to add. And now I can go around. No, not really working. So go here, switch up with one. It kind of gives a problem. So let's try a slightly different setup. I'm going to go back to the speckle field, and I'm going to remove the invert. Okay. And this add, I'm going to, or rather this other field, I'm going to reposition it to the other end. Okay. And what I want now is everything else is undulated and these corners are flat. So I'm going to go to shader field. I'm going to look at this list, and I'm going to go here and say invert. Okay. And now you see this invert is applying to this both these fields. Let's reposition this one a little bit better. There you go. So we have, scale it more, and there you go. We have these flat roof corners, and I can go ahead and hide them so that they're visually not obstructing. Very cool. I can go inside the shader, and so this is the fall off tab. Okay, fall off tab, and go into shading, go in here, animation speed 1. We already looked at this, and hit play, and there you go. We have a animating roof, but with the spherical fields, they are limiting this effect to this area. Okay, very cool. Okay, so very simple setup, I mean, for me. Now I'm sure you guys are quite confused, but trust me, it gets better with practice. Now let's go back to this animation that we did. Okay, so what we have is, excuse me, what we have is this roof kind of unfolding, and also you will see like this bouncy effect in these cubes. So let's try to aim for that. Okay, so we go to the shader. I'm gonna go inside the Naya noise, remove this animation. Okay, we don't need it anymore. And we have these, go to fall off, we have these two fields. Now we are going to work with a linear field. So before we had spherical fields, now I've added linear field on top. Okay, now this linear field, what it does is basically, you can see it's like a gradient. Okay, I'm going to rotate this -90, and I'm going to add Okay, you can see like it comes in and it kind of enables those spherical fields because we added it as a layer on top with add. But what we want is these cubes appearing out of nothing so that we have this undue like unfolding effect. So how we do that? I'm just gonna delete this linear field. I'm gonna go back to the cloner, okay? And in effectors tab, we have a shader. So the shader is helping us undulate the roof. But now I'm gonna create another effector, which is the plane effector. And if I go to cloner, now it is coming second under the shader. Okay, let's bring it out here. And we want it to scale these cubes down, all of them, to -1 until they're completely gone. Okay. So if I do minus 0.9, you see they're like 90% smaller. If I do minus 0.5, they're 50% smaller. And also uniform scale is very important. Otherwise you'll have to, control all the three parameters. Let's just say -1, and now it's completely vanished. Now I'm going to go in the plane effector. I'm going to go to fall off section. Okay. Earlier we are working in the fall off section of the shader effector. Now we are in the plane effector in the fall off section, linear field. And now you see what's happening. The linear field is controlling the scale of these clones. And if I drag it out, it is making more, graduating effect. Okay. And let's rotate it. Let's rotate it like 45 degrees. Yeah. Minus 45. And if I rotate it, like if I bring it out like that, you can see it is scaling those up. So if I go to plane effector, we have a -1. So on this side, the plane effector is being applied. On the other side, the plane effector is not working, and it is all controlled by this linear field or by a gradient. So you can think of it as a black to white gradient. Okay, pretty cool. And now all we have to do is animate this linear field moving from here to here to have this unfolding effect of the roof. Cool. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna press this one so that I go back, the gumball goes back to the world coordinates, and now I'm gonna, animate it like this. But maybe this transition is too large. I don't want it. Yeah, just simple enough. So all you have to do is like, take control with these handles. And now I can do it like this. So let's go here and we go back to, we have the timeline at 0. Linear field selected. I go to coordinates tab and you have XYZ position, select all or like click all. So it has recorded a keyframe here. I click this. So the timeline jumps to 90 frame. And I'm going to drag this here and record these positions again. And now you can see there is a path created. So now all I have to do is just hit play and we have the roof, undulating roof. Okay. So let's look at, let's kind of summarize what we did again. So we have a cloner, which is kind of creating a grid of these 20 by 40 cubes. In the effectors tab, we have a shader effector and plane effector applied. Okay. The shader effector is helping us to create the undulating effect. The plane effector is kind of like helping us with this animation of undulate, like unfolding this roof. So it is scaling them like to the point that they are not visible. And then we use this linear field to uncover or like to, control the plane effector. And the spherical fields, they help us to control the undulations on the roof. Cool. So let's look at this animation again. And you'll notice that, as I said earlier, we have this springy effect with these cubes. So let's do that now. So while this cloner is selected, I'm gonna click on the delay. Okay. And if you go to the cloner, the delay effector is added at the end. I'm gonna go to delay and let's increase the effector to 100. And no, it's not really. Oh yes, I have to come in the effector and change this blend mode to spring mode. And now you see it is basically being applied to the plane, like just before the plane effectors. What it is doing is it's kind of springing the scaling up and down. Okay. If I think position it before the shader, you see now it should actually do the positions, but no. Maybe let's just do the scales. This looks pretty cool. So if I now make a copy of this delay factor and bring it up down here, now you will see the effect is getting more pronounced. Pretty cool. You can play it from different angles. So again, like you're not really animating every clone. No, you're just applying these effects on top of these clones that are going to do the work for you. Very powerful, very simple. So if you add more and more delay effectors, this springing effect is only going to be more and more pronounced. Now let's try to look at the positioning spring, like the position springing up and down. Sometimes we just really struggle with it. Let's try. No, I think I'll have to spend some time. But what I'll do is I'll figure it out, and when I share the files with you, you will be able to access that. So let's go back, and again, or rather, let's go to the last frame. No, see, sometimes it doesn't work. Sometimes you just have to play the animation for it to really work. So I want to go to the last frame, 90. Okay. So it's not fully finishing the animation because we have only 90 frames. So let's say 150. And now it should finish nicely. Okay, cool. And now we apply simulation tags, rigid body, and the floor, of course. Let's scale it up a little bit and make it simulation tags collider body, something that we did with staircase before. So if I hit play now, see there, like all it's just all mess. So what is happening is the moment I hit play, the ridge, like the simulation tag is coming into effect. But we don't want that. What we want is we want the roof to unfold completely and then the simulation tag to come in effect. So what I'm going to do is go to, let's say, frame number 120. Okay. Simulation tag, this cloner simulation tag. I'm going to go to basic. No, dynamics, yeah, enabled. So I'm going to, while it's enabled, I'm going to hit a record button. So we have it enabled at 120. And I'm going to go to 0 and I'm going to disable it and I'm going to record it. So this simulation tag is not going to work from 0 to 120, but it will start working from 120. So let's play now. The roof unfolds, and at 120, they collapse. It's pretty cool. So if you want, like, let's say we want a little bit more stronger effect. So let's go here. And at this point, I'm going to select this. I'm going to go to collision and bounce. Maybe I will increase the bounce to 50%. And I'll reduce the friction maybe to 30%. And let's go back here and play. And now you're going to have a little bit more nicer effect. Again, we'll have to increase the keyframes so that there's space for animation. And there you go. A little bit nicer. All the cubes falling apart. Pretty cool. Okay, nice. So we have the whole animation. The roof unfolds, kind of springs it into position, and then falls apart. Very cool. So that is what this animation is. Okay, without the collapsing part at the end. But then yeah, I animated this grass growing on the roof. Cool. So now let's go back to this project and we will resume with this gradual scaling. Now, I think after talking about effectors and the fields, I think in principle, you probably already have an idea of how to do that. So 711 roof. So I'm going to close it. I'm going to open that project again. Organic form. Nice. So we're going to create this undulating effect with the scale. And now, as you have already guessed, probably we do that with shader effector. Okay. So I'm gonna go to more extrude. I'm sure you guys have probably not remembering some of this, but that's okay. This is your first day with Cinema4D. So I'll go to more extrude. I'll go to effector tab. You see, more extrude has an effector tab where I can bring this effector. So what was more extrude doing for us? It was extruding these triangles or these pyramids out. So I can control their extrusion, 15 centimeter. I can control the scale of them, but we want it at 0.1. We can even rotate them, which will really make it complicated. Let's not do that. And in object tab, you can add extrusion steps. So it is basically, you can see what is happening here. If I add it 2, it adds another extrusion on top. You can see it better if I, let's say, add 3 and I do the transform of 0.5, 0.5, 0.5. And now you can see it a little bit better. But we just want one step and scale of 0.1, 0.1, 0.1. Cool. So now let's apply effector. Let's create shader effector. So while more extra was selected, I clicked on shader, so it automatically got applied. Otherwise, you drag it in here, shader, and now you see the model becomes suddenly very heavy because the shader effector is, kind of acting on all these clones or all these surfaces or edges, and which makes it very heavy. So we're going to use a little bit different way of doing this. Okay, go to more extrude. We deleted the shader effector. I'm going to create plane effector. And now you see the plane effector is just doing a lot of crazy stuff here. So what happened here is basically plane effector is also doing what more extrude is doing already. So if you go to object transform tab here, you have this XYZ position. Z is 15. The plane effector also has this XYZ. And basically it is extruding it 100 centimeters in Y direction. We don't want that. We just say 0. Okay. What we're going to do is though, I'm going to go to more extrude and remove this 15. And we are going to ask plane effector to do that job. So we're going to put 15 here. There you go. And now we are going to create that undulating effect include in using the fall off. So now in fall off, I go to linear field and I create shader field. So earlier we had a shader effector, which was doing this job, but now we are using it as a shader field inside plane effector. Okay. This can be a little bit confusing. Okay. So shader effector is a separate object and the shader field is a separate object. Okay. And now it is working as a fall off inside the plane effector. The rest of it is the same. You go to the field, you add the noise to it, and I'm going to give it scale of, let's say, 2000. Okay. Yeah, there you go. And let's bring in some contrast. And there you have it, the graduating undulating effect. If I switch to the, if I switch off the lines, you might be able to see it better. Perfect. Very cool. Somehow, I don't know why shader effector makes it very heavy. But with plane effector and shader field, it is, a lot faster. So what I'm going to do is refine this a little bit more. Maybe 2000 is very big scale, 1000. Okay. And I'm going to stretch this noise in this length. For that, I'm going to use a relative scale. So we want to use this Z axis. So this one, let's say 500. And there you go. Now it is elongated the transitions. Because our model is rotated, that's why it is kind of at an angle. There's no way to rotate the noise. We'll maybe just have to rotate the model and then, apply the noise. So it, works along the length. Okay, cool. So I can go to plane effector, go to parameters and say 50. And we will have a lot more pronounced effect. There you go. And then in the shader field, you can increase the contrast. But of course, this is like very, very pronounced effect. Maybe, you might like to tone it down a bit. Cool. Now, there's one big difference between shader field and the shader effector. If I go inside the shader field and if I input the animation speed, it will not animate this noise. Okay. For that, you have to use shader effector. Okay. But if you use the shader effector, it's going to be very, very heavy. So I'm going to show you a way around it. Okay. So I'm going to use the shader field. I'm going to right click here and I'm going to copy this noise. Okay. And I'm going to disable this plane effector. So nothing is really happening. So I'm going to select this more extrude. The effector tab, I'm going to create shader effector. So in the more extrude now you can see the shader effector is being applied, but the plane effector is no longer working because we have disabled it. You can also disable it here. So with the shader effector, now you can see the viewport is a little bit heavy. So maybe you guys don't follow me here, just watch what I'm doing because I don't want to crash your computers. So we go inside the shader effector. We don't want the scale. We go to position and let's say 50. And you can see it's all being extruded out by 50. I go to shading tab and right click and paste. And now it's going to apply that effect here because we just copy pasted the noise. Okay, cool. And now I can go in and animation speed 1, and if I hit play now, it should animate. But now the model is so heavy that we will not be able to see this animation. So how do you work in such cases? So there is a way to bake this animation, or like bake this noise, and then Cinema 4D will play a very smooth animation for you. So for that, just for the preview, I'm gonna reduce this frames to 30. So we're just gonna see this 1 second of animation because we have 30 frames per second. And I'm gonna go here, this base mesh, and I'm gonna right click and say bake as alembic. Then it's going to calculate. It's going to take maybe a minute or two. So, you know, uh, because I kept only 30 frames, it's doing it faster. If I had 90 frames, it would take 3 times more time. So let's just wait for it to calculate. Cool, finished. So now you can see it created another object which has this alembic tag. Okay. Now if we hit play, it will play the animation smoothly. But before that, let us disable this previous object and hide it. Okay? Because if we hit play, Cinema 4D is going to try to calculate that noise as well. But we don't want that. We just want to see this object playing. I'm going to hit play, and there you go. We have this 1 second of animation, and which is what I had with this one. You can see this animation playing, and then I created this effect. And as you have guessed already, this one is a spherical field moving across. And basically what I had done was layer another effector on top, like something like a plane effector, which is extruding them out like by a very large magnitude, and then limiting the plane effector with a spherical field, and then animating the spherical field from one end to the other. Okay. Now, because we are using shader effector here, this is very, very heavy model to work with. So I will suggest you guys that you work with shader field first, and then you copy paste the noise over to the shader effector. That way it's a faster workflow. Cool, it's 12:40. So we have only 20 minutes left, but we are gonna go above for sure. And let's look at what is next after this. Oh, cool. We are going to look at Volume Builder now. So Volume Builder is another monster in Cinema 4D, which is very, very cool, very powerful modeling tool. And it's going to open your mind to a lot of possibilities. So to show you some examples of Volume Builder. So, this one is created with Volume Builder. And yeah, this one is created with Volume Builder. So we're gonna look at that, like even this one is done with smart particles inside. So we're gonna look at some of these examples and recreate them with Volume Builder. So anyway, let's take a 5-minute break, and then we will start with a Volume Builder chapter. Okay, cool. In the meantime, feel free to post your questions, and we will answer them after the break. So I'm gonna close this file, and there you go. Let's close this too. All right. See you in 5 minutes. Hello everyone. So we are back. Right. So let's look at volume builder. And volume builder is right here. Click there and you have the volume builder object. Or you just press Shift C, you have your commander and you type volume builder and your volume builder object. So what does volume builder do? It in one sentence, it builds a volume around an existing geometry. So I'll create a cube and make a child a volume builder. And you can see it kind of creates this volume around it, and the volume is made up of voxels, which are basically 3D pixels, and there is each voxel has a size of 10 centimeters. If you reduce that, it will improve the resolution of this volume. If you make it bigger, of course, it's going to look more rougher. And then you can put this volume builder inside volume measure. So that will give you a geometry. Okay. Volume builder contains the cube and it is a child of volume measure. Okay. So let's reduce this resolution, or rather increase the resolution by reducing the size of the voxels. If you go lower and lower gradually, don't put small numbers directly, okay? It will crash your computer. 4 centimeters, maybe 2. Now you can see it is almost identical to our original cube. Let's say if I, by mistake, if I put a very tiny number, Cinema4D is going to warn me. The voxel size may have a long calculation time, which is a good feature. You just hit cancel, don't go there. And, let's, for working purposes, let's put the voxel size at 5. Okay. And, you just have this simple cube. Now, what are the applications of this? Let's make a sphere and, oops, position it, just drag it out here and make a child of volume builder. So now what volume builder is doing is building a single airtight volume around this sphere and a cube. Okay, you can see here it's like a Boolean object. You have a union mode, you have a subtract mode, or you have intersect. Okay, this sphere has its own settings, so I can go to icosahedron and give it a little bit more definition, so it looks more even. Then in the volume builder I can add some smoothing effects. So if I create SDF smooth, now you can see it is smoothing our geometry, like making this transition a lot nicer. Okay, and then this smoothing object has its own fields or fall offs, so you can control where the smoothing effect is being applied. So I can create a spherical field and position it. No, spherical field, position it just where the transition is happening and scale it up. So now you can see the smoothing effect is only being applied to this transition and not anywhere else. Okay, it's pretty cool. So let's just delete this spherical field for now. Okay, so this smoothing effect is now being applied to both the objects equally. There is another smoothing effect called close and open, and you don't really see happening much. If you go to filter and you increase the offset, the 5 centimeter doesn't really show you much. 50, and now you can see they are like starting to merge and become like one object. Very cool. And again, all of this is parametric. I can move this cube and it will, or rather sphere, and it will update the geometry. Again, it takes a while. So if you really want faster feedback, you can increase the resolution or increase the voxel size at 10, then it will do the calculations faster. Okay. Also, let's go back to 5 centimeters. Also, this SDF close and open, it usually is heavy on the computer. So maybe you want to disable that while like, you are still testing, trying out the positions of the objects. Okay. Very cool. So this is perfect for 3D printing because you can just export the geometry and send it to 3D printer and it will print it like this. It will always give with traditional modeling methods. Okay. Now let's look at volume measure a little bit. So volume measure, it has these two options, the voxel range threshold. So basically, you can see it's kind of adding thickness. And this adaptive, what it does is if I just add 1%, it will simplify the polygons in the areas that it does not need a lot of polygons and to concentrate them around the areas that it needs. So to see it better, maybe, can increase it more. Okay. Usually 1% is all you need. Okay. Cool. So that's the volume builder. So now let's create something interesting with the volume builder. Earlier we created this project. Okay. We use the hard surface modeling techniques, which are like fairly traditional way of creating such shapes. But the volume builder can do this very quickly and with like a lot better results. So let us look at that. Okay, so I'm gonna delete these two objects. I'm gonna take the curve tool, go to the plan mode by pressing F2 and create this one curve. Okay, then go to modeling mode, make sure that I'm no longer active on that curve. Okay, that curve is not selected. Then click the curve tool again and then create another one. If this curve is selected and if you select the curve tool, it's going to continue that curve. Okay, so make sure that when you want to create a new curve, the previous curves are not selected. Okay, and then you can add a third one on top. There you go. And I will now go to F1, which is perspective mode. Elevate them. I'll make all of them, all three of them, child of volume builder. And now you can see they are like pipes. So, oh yeah, one thing before I move them inside, let's type it out. Let's go to the point mode, select all points, or wait, or you just change from, or select those three curves, change from Bezier to cubic. And what it gives you is softer curves. Okay, that's what we want. The other way of doing it was you go to the point mode, select all the points, right click and say soft interpolation. And that will give you soft interpolation, which actually looks better. Okay. Previously, it was hard interpolation. We wanted soft interpolation. Cool. And let's put all of them inside volume builder. That. Now you have these three pipes. And in the volume builder, you can see those three are listed as union, union, union. And we select all three of them, or no, you have to select individually. And you have this radius. If you select all three of them, you don't really have the access to radius. Go here and 50 centimeters. And now you can see we have some thickness. 200 is too much. 100. Okay, let's go in and no, one by one. 100 and 100. Okay, now you can see they have already started to merge with each other. Okay, we didn't really have to do anything, just draw 3 curves and place them close to each other and place them inside volume builder. Again, here you can see as I bring it down, it starts to merge with the geometry. Okay, these smooth transitions, I mean, people who have experience with hard surface modeling, they know how hard are they to achieve. But with volume builder, you're not doing much. You're just placing them in the volume builder and you have these smooth transitions. Now I can look at these splines and you see there is a graph which allows you to control the cross section of the spline. Very cool. So I'm gonna scale it down here a little bit, and while holding control, click in between. So you add a point and you can scale it up in the middle. And here you go. You have some interesting geometry going on. But these shapes are like very rounded. I want them slightly squarish. So for that, we will have to use a sweep object. Sweep object. Okay. I think we used it before for creating the handrails for the staircase. So here we will need a rectangle, and let's take these splines out, and I'm going to make this rectangle and one spline child of sweep. And there you go. You have the sweep taking place. Okay, let's select the rectangle and scale it down so the size is a bit more realistic. And let's make copies of the sweep objects and delete these splines and replace them with these splines. Now, in sweep object, the hierarchy of objects is important. The cross section has to come first, which is the rectangle, and the rail, which is the spline, is coming second. Okay. Nice. So they're looking nice. So let's now put these 3 inside volume builder. And there you go. We have one single volume, which is defined by these 3 objects. But the transitions are not nice. So I'm gonna go here and bring this smooth at the top. And now you see, we are starting to have nice transitions. If you want to modify this further, you select those sweep objects thing, the top one. Okay. And again, here in the properties of the sweep object, you have details, and again you have the scale. So I can scale down and scale up in the middle while having this squarish section. Very cool. And it is kind of blending with the other ones. So you can copy this curve and apply to the others. Paste. There you go. Nice. So this was pretty quick, right? Like in hard surface modeling, you really have to extrude each and every surface, build a bridge between them, and then put it inside the subdivision surface. But volume builder takes all of this to the next level and adds a lot more, how do I say, ease to the modeling process when it comes to organic models. Yeah, very cool. And then you can maybe like make these editable, and then you can start extruding individual parts from them. Or you can go in the volume builder and let's say I add a cylinder in the middle and I want like this opening here. I make this child, go in the volume builder and say subtract. And now I have this small courtyard in the middle. Okay. It's a horrible courtyard, but I'm just showing you how it is done. And going back to volume measure, we have this adaptive at 1%. If you say 0, it will give you this original high definition mesh, which is very ideal for sculpting. So you can bake this volume measure, go to the sculpt mode and start sculpting on top of this, which is quite amazing. Cool. So if you have noticed, this is how it was done. You can notice this smooth transitions between various bodies, and the only way to achieve them was volume builder. Okay. Cool. So this is like, I encourage you guys to explore this volume builder more, because it's a very fun process of doing things. Now, if you have noticed that we don't have a way to make open ends, if I go to sweep object and I go to caps and I remove the caps, then it stops working, because what volume builder requires is this object inside, which is a closed object and not an open object. So it can build a volume around it. Without the closed objects, it will not work. So go back to the sweeps and create the cap, and we have a volume. So how do you create these open ends? So not a very ideal way of doing it, but you right click and say current state to object. So it bakes the geometry for you. And I'm gonna hide this. Okay. I'm gonna go into plan mode, and we go to the edge mode and say edge cut, line cut. And I'm just gonna cut an opening here. Now, if you notice, where did I cut thing? This one. Yeah. Let's also do for this one. It's just easier to look at. Yeah. Now you can see it's not very easy to properly select this end and delete it. Okay. Because there's just so much geometry there. If I go to plan, but then I can select it nicely, and then you can just, I'll have to turn on the tolerance selection, and there you go. You can now delete it. But what happens if I have a cut which is at an angle? Then how are you going to select these? It's not going to be very easy. So, we are going to use a ring selection for this. So if you see here, it will perfectly select this edge. Okay, let's try this one. It's pretty clean, and that's how you can make cleaner selections. And then I'm going to say UF, which is for fill selection. Right click, you say UF doesn't really have here. Okay, but UF is for fill selection. So if you go to the right side of the selection, it will select the rest of the object. Or we go here and we select this and just press delete, and there you go. Now you can see there are some funny edges. So I'll go to the plan view. I'll go to the point mode, or even the edge mode is okay. Select the rectangular selection by pressing 0. Select these, but I don't want tolerance selection. I just want to select the edge. Okay. And in the size, I will make 0 here. There you go. We have a clean cut now. Okay. Yeah, not a very ideal workflow, but because now we have, once you bake it, you have lost the parametric nature of this volume builder. Okay, so now you are purely into hard surface modeling, but that is the only way to make like such precise openings. You can always, like earlier I showed you how to create a courtyard, or You can even create a window for sure, but no, I don't think you can create a window because it's just going to subtract the volume. It's not going to create an opening. So this is the only way to create an opening. And then you can put this in the cloth surface and give it a thickness. Okay, cool. So this is a little bit of volume builder. Now let's dive more into volume builder and let's create, yeah. Let's create this one. This one is quite fun to create. Okay, and for that we are going to use like a mixture of volume builder and the cloner object, or rather Mograph. I shouldn't say cloner object, Mograph. So let's save this and 2021-07. Close this, Control N, new file. Okay, so let's create a cube and give it for height of 400, so not 4000, 400, and place it inside a volume builder. Okay, but actually for this exercise we don't really need a cube. What we need is noise, because what you see here is you see this kind of these weird shaped openings. What is basically happening is volume builder is using noise to create this geometry. Okay, so I'll delete the cube while the volume builder is selected. I will go here. This is basically a list of all the fields and falloffs. So you have shader field, linear field, spherical fields, which we have used before. But this time we are going to create a random field. Okay. In the random field, I'll make it a child of volume builder. And now it kind of creates this volume full of a noise. Now you remember we used falloff before in effectors to like control the effectors better, but now you can use them also inside volume builder. So if I select volume builder and you see it, a random field is listed under it, if I select it, it shows you the size. And now here we can say 400 and we have 200 by 400 like a parallelopipe. Okay, go here, random field. If you select random field, now you can see the settings of this random field. If you go inside volume builder and select this random field, it shows you the size only. Okay, this one will help you now control the noise. So earlier we created noise using shader reflector or shader field, but the random field is also basically a noise. Okay, here we have a seed. Okay, you can select different types of noises. I think no, sorry, here you can select different types of noises here. Okay, space is field because we want it to be limited to the size of this field. And I'm going to increase the scale to 500. And now you see something is interesting starting to happen. Volume builder, I'm going to reduce the definition or the voxel size, so we have a better, smoother result. And now you can see we have started to approach this shape. Random field, I'm going to make it 1000. Nice. I'm going to reduce the relative scale, the height, to 50%. So it's going to squish the noise vertically. And in the volume builder, I can go down to 2 centimeters, and pretty cool. Let's turn off the work plane. Yeah, very cool. And now we are going to give this stepped effect, to this volume. Cool. I guess, pretty easy to follow until this point. Now we're gonna dip into Mograph a little bit for the next process. Now we're going to create Voronoi fracture. So before I put this volume builder inside Voronoi fracture, let me show you what Voronoi fracture is. Okay, let's create a cube and place it inside Voronoi fracture. And now you can see it immediately breaks it down into these components or like elements. So if I click on Voronoi fracture and click on the sources, you have this point generator distribution and you have 20 points, and I will change it to 50 and you will see it breaks it down even more. Okay, so this is like a cool way to create this Voronoi geometry. Right now the distribution is uniform. You can change to normal or inverse normal and exponential. The exponential allows you to kind of concentrate the points in a particular way. So I can, let's say if I click plus here, it has concentrated them in all this corner, which is pretty cool. You can play with this. If you turn off, I think you will have even distribution of points. Okay, and you can always change the seed or change the point amount. If I go into object tab or tag, I can say offset fragments, let's say by 5 centimeter. And now you can see they are being separated. And if you say invert, it will show you the rest of the geometry. Very cool. So if I go back to my Instagram, not this one, other one, scroll down and you can see like some objects are created. There you go. So this is Voronoi fracture. Okay, so you have this donut, like twisting donut, and I put it in Voronoi fracture and have this exploding effect. Same here. Okay, you can see like they're all have separate colors, and you can really use that in rendering. Okay, that's the Voronoi fracture, and you can click hull only, and it will only give you outer surface, and you can give it thickness. So there you go. So it can really help you in designing this Voronoi shaped facade. Okay. Again, I know like in Grasshopper, Voronoi is a very basic script. Let's go back to this, and now I can go simulation tags, rigid body, add a plane underneath. You know where I'm going with this. Right click simulation tags and collider body and hit play, and you will have this object falling apart. Okay, very simple effect. Okay, so this is, you can see in Mograph you have cloner at the top and you have Voronoi fracture. You have fracture as well, but Voronoi fracture is a lot better. They are pretty much similar. The fracture does have some different applications, but you know that is for more advanced level. Cool. So now, since we have familiarized ourselves with the Voronoi fracture object, let's go back to our volume builder where we created this volume. Okay. So I'm going to put this volume into volume measure now. So I have, you know, a mesh around it. I'm going to go ahead and put this inside Voronoi fracture. Okay. And now you see immediately our object has been, we'll switch to the, I'll turn on the lines, and you can see our object has been broken down into these random fractures. But what we want is, here, what we want is this horizontal separations. So for that, we have to look at the Voronoi fracture source. Okay, right now we have this default source. We have to change that source in order to have this even horizontal breakdown. So let's just again turn off this and disable this as well. Create a cube. I'm going to put the cube child of fracture, you know. So let's first create it here and then just copy paste it to our original model. I'm going to go ahead and delete in the sources. I'm going to go ahead and delete this point generator So now you no longer have a source. And I'm going to create a matrix object. And you can see the matrix object is also very similar to cloner object. You have a grid array with count, and let's change it to linear. So basically it only creates points. You cannot really control clones with the help of matrix object. It only creates these points. So if I go to elevation by pressing F3, I will place it here, or like, let's say -100. And I want it every 10 centimeters and 10 times, no, 25 times at least. Okay, press F1, I'm out. And in here, I'm going to enter matrix object as my source. And now you can see Voronoi fracture immediately breaks down the object horizontally. Okay, very cool. So the bottom one, you can see it's not aligned properly. So maybe the matrix object can be -95. Yep, there you go. Very cool. So now I can delete this cube and bring the original geometry back. I'm just going to bake it at this point because we don't want Cinema 4D doing calculations at every level. Let's just current state to object. So we have this simple mesh now. Disable our original objects, hide them, and this goes inside our Voronoi fracture. And you can see it is already starting to break down. So let's go in the elevation and move down this matrix object, maybe -195. My guess is correct. Cool. And we need count of at least 50. Here you go. Cool. And maybe let's improve this. Let's say change to 8 centimeters. So we have like more steps, like more nicer effect. You can bring it down to 5, but it's only going to make your model more heavy. And at this point, I'm going to go into Voronoi fracture, and I'm going to say current state to object. Yes, this is what I wanted. Okay, let's do that again. So we go here, right click and say current state to object. So what we are doing is again baking this. Okay, but now if you look in, you have this list of so many meshes. So before we look at that, let's just disable this Voronoi fracture and hide it. And let's only look at this Voronoi fracture. Okay. So what we have now is this individual level. Okay. Each one of them. We don't really want that. So I'm going to select all of them. Okay. By dragging and selecting. The faster way to select them is middle mouse click on this. Okay. It will select all the children. Middle mouse click. Okay. All are selected. Right click, connect objects plus delete. So it's going to merge it into one mesh. Okay. And now you will see here there are so many tags that are added. Okay. So what are those tags? So let's look at this one first. And you can see this is a vertex map. And I haven't really told you guys what the vertex map is. So, but you can see it is saving a lot of information. If I select here, this is like the edge selection. Okay. So it is saving all these edges. Very cool. This one is saving probably all the points information. Here you go. This one is empty. This one is also saving the same edge that was saved here, but in the form of points. But what we are interested in these last two, we want it is saving the surfaces, selection of surfaces. So this one, the first one is selecting the outer surfaces, and this one is selecting all these layers inside. Okay. So at this point, I'm going to press UP, which is split. So let's do that again. You double click here so you can see the selection. Right click and oh, not here. Right click here and say split UP. Okay. And now let's hide the first one. And now you can see we have access to all of the geometry inside. But there are surfaces overlapping each other, which is not what we want. So I'm gonna go to this surface mode and just select them like this. And yeah, basically because we have only select visible active, it's not going to select the surface that is underneath. And then just press delete. Oh, no, I was wrong. All right, so let's just go back a couple of steps. Let's go back to our original volume measure. Oh, not this one, the Voronoi fracture. Here you go. And I'm going to go in here and go back to the object and say offset fragments by 5 centimeters. No, doesn't work. 2.5. There you go. We have, so let's do this again. 0 is basically the full object. When you say 1 centimeter, it's going to create a gap of 1 centimeter. 2.5, what it's going to do is basically have equal gap and equal object. Okay. And now we can go ahead and bake this. Earlier, what the problem we were running into was because you see this green surface and this red surface, when the offset was 0, they were overlapping on each other. So when we baked it, they, we were not able to separate them. But now, because we have a 2.5 offset, now they are separate and we can, use them better. Okay, right click and current state to object. Here you go. You have this the entire thing again. Middle mouse click, right click, connect objects and delete. Okay, and double click here. Now you can see it selects all these surfaces and UP split, and we can delete the original one. And we can also delete all these tags. We don't need them anymore. Now you see we are almost there. Okay, it's pretty cool. And now all I have to do is let's go here, and now you can see there is a blue surface and the yellow surface. Okay, I'm in the surface mode or polygon mode, and I have selected all of them. So their orientations are opposite to each other. Okay, so yellow is the right orientation and the blue is the opposite orientation. So here there is a little bit tedious process that we have to, just go in, manually select alternate ones, and invert their orientations. So I'm going to go in the elevation mode here. It's going to take a minute. Yeah, it's a little bit tedious process, but sometimes there is no way around it. I'm sure there is a faster way of doing this without baking and keeping all parametric. I guess I haven't explored that yet, but I'm sure there is. Okay, done. So I'm gonna press F1 and I've selected all the blue ones except this one. I'm gonna hold on Control to subtract it from selection. Cool. And right click, reverse normals. So now we have all yellow. And now all I have to do is apply a cloth surface to it. There you go. And we don't want any subdivisions. We only want thickness, 10 centimeters. Maybe it's too much, 5 centimeters. And there you go. We have, if I switch to, I know it doesn't look pretty, but it is pretty. Yeah, there you go. So we switch to this mode and very cool. This model reminds me of this library project in China. Yeah, I was just looking at it yesterday. This one. So it's the same effect that we have just created. Okay, very cool. All right. So this was one application of volume builder. So basically a combination rather. So we added a random field, which is also a noise inside a volume builder, and created this geometry. And then we used a Mograph in the form of Voronoi fracture and matrix object to create this stepped effect. Okay, so cool. So now let's look at the next example, which is going to be, which one shall we do? Yeah, I was wondering about this one. Okay, so we are going to use particles, and then particles are basically going to, we are going to use them inside volume builder, and they're going to trace these columns for us. Okay, it's going to be pretty cool. So let me think, what else can we do? Okay, so we have just two exercises left. So this one, and then we are going to create this one. Yeah, it's going to be fun. All right, so let's take another maybe 5-minute break and then we come back. Cool. Thank you. So feel free to post any questions. Okay. Bye bye. See you in 5 minutes. Welcome back, everyone. So let's move on to our next exercise. So we're going to look at this one and then this one. Okay. This one involves a bit of a new concept of using particles. So before I do that, I think it will be just easier if I build on top of the existing concepts. Okay. Let's save this one like okay, close this. If you want to close the project, the shortcut is Control W. Okay, so how do we begin? We go to plan, yeah, and we create this curve. Okay, so I'm using the curve, so spline pane rather. Create the curve and select the spline and change the type to cubic. So we have a smooth curve. Then I can go to the point mode and select individual point and adjust the curve a little better. Cool. Press F1, come back to perspective view. And I'm going to use cloner object now. And torus. I'm going to make torus child of cloner and switch to the object mode. And I'm going to feed this spline into this object field. Select the toruses and scale them down. Okay. And I'll switch to the lines mode. Okay. And now I'm going to select the cloner and create a random effector. This one. So earlier we used random field to create, to inside, like to create the geometry inside a volume builder. But here now we're going to use random effector for this cloner. So immediately, if you select the random effector, go to parameters tab, you can see that it is moving them randomly between 50, 50, 50. Okay, which is kind of what we want. But you also want the rotations. So I'm gonna say 360, 360, 360. Okay, cool. So what's the difference between random effector and the plane effector? Plane effector will apply one amount or one value to all the cloners. The random effector will apply random values between the range of 0 to 50 or 0 to 360. Okay. And then you can, like, let's say, if I go to the effector tab and the string slider, if I go to 0, you can see it's not applied anymore, but at 100% it is being applied. You can animate this, make a cool animation out of it. Like you can go really crazy with these values. Okay. And you can, all you have to do is animate the strings, this string slider, and they will kind of fall into place. Cool. Okay. So we go back. No, we want this 100% and this one only 50, 50, 50. Let's increase the number of the elements or the cloners, and yeah, count as 10, maybe 30. Okay, it's better. Maybe let's scale them smaller. Yeah, better. Okay, and I'm just going to disable it for a second, and I'm going to go back to our spline. I'm going to edit this spline, maybe elevate these points. Yeah, cooler. And yeah, you can see now they are moving along this spline. Let's turn off the work plane. Okay. And now I'm going to put this inside a symmetry object. So I will open the commander and create a symmetry object and put this cloner inside the symmetry object. Okay. The random effector does not need to go in. Even the spline does not need to go in. Okay. So now the symmetry plane is ZY. You can change planes XY, XZ. Okay. But what we want is ZY. And inside this, I want to move this away, but it's not really working because the clones are being attached to this spline. So I have to move spline for it to work. Okay, better. But I'm not liking this effect. Let's modify the spline a little bit more and go to the plan view, go to the points mode, and I want this geometry to connect at this location. Yeah, better. Nice. So let's go to the cloner again. You can see a gap. I don't want this gap. So let's just say even distribution of these 30 objects. That's a lot better. Let's say 40. Cool. So now if I look at this image again, you can start seeing where I'm going with this. Okay. So now I will insert this symmetry object inside volume builder. And there you go. And now you can see volume builder is trying its best to build one large volume. Okay, let's put this inside a volume measure. Okay, volume builder is useless without volume measure. Okay, because volume measure will put this geometry or like the skin around it. But even here you can see they are still kind of separated, but that's okay. And we are going to connect them inside volume builder by adding SDF close and open. Okay, now the moment you create it, nothing's gonna happen because the offset is very small. Let's increase it to 50 centimeter. So it's going to start bridging these gaps and start creating these cool, transitions in geometries. If I switch off the lines by pressing NA, you can see, something cool like a skeleton thing taking place. But I would like to see this, coming out better. Let's select the spline again and let's drag this point out. Okay, let's just disable this because it's having a hard time calculating. Yeah, that's better. Maybe we can elevate it. Nice. So let's turn this on. Ooh, I like that. And volume measure. Okay, pretty cool. So let's go back to this SDF close and open. We are working with 50 centimeter. Let's just see what happens if we just, very big value. It's going to take a lot of time to calculate. You can see the processing happening here. But this one is like, okay, just, no details left. So 100. Yeah, it's okay. I think 50 centimeter was better. So I'm going to keep it at 50. Cool. All right. So now this volume builder, I'm going to create another volume builder because if we look at this image, what we can see is there are two separate objects. One is this blue object and the other one is this white object, which is kind of intersecting through this blue object. And that is what we want to do. So what I'm going to do is now I'm going to create, let's say for this one, we give a blue color. So you can see it better. And now we create another object which will kind of intersect through this. Okay. So I'm going to create another curve. And we go to perspective mode and we will have to kind of modify it here so that it is intersecting. You can see intersecting through this geometry. Okay, and we select all the points, right click, soft interpolation, because we want softer transitions within spline. Okay, and now I will create a copy of this and go to coordinate and scale -1. So we have a mirror image. You can also use symmetry object to do this, but it's the same thing. And now I'll create a volume builder again and put both of these inside volume builder. Okay, we go to object and we will reduce the voxel size to, let's say, 5 centimeters. And you can play with the cross section of each spline. And you can also give it a higher radius, 30 centimeters. Yeah, better. And then I will copy this one and select the other spline. No, doesn't let me paste it. Yeah, there you go, paste. And 30 centimeters. It's cool. So now you can see these are two separate volumes. Let's add this, give this a measure. Created cloner by mistake. Let's make this a child. There you go. Now it is going through it, but you cannot see any puncture in this blue object. So how do we do that? So I'm gonna take a volume measure and I'm gonna create a, where it is here, instance. Okay, so what is instance? Instance is basically like a block. Okay, so if I drag it to the side, you can see it is exactly same as the original. You update the original, it will update the instance. So it's like a block definition in Rhino. Okay, so let's undo it and put it back in its original position. And now I'm going to feed it into this volume builder of this blue object. Okay, so let's put it in here. There you go. And let's hide this one, the white one. Let's give it a white. And this is blue, so we can differentiate them. Let's hide the white one for a second. And now you can see this this white object is this instance. It's kind of becoming part of this geometry. But I'm gonna come in here and change its union value to subtract. And now you can see it is creating these punctures. And if I open this now, you can see it is kind of creating this puncture effect. But I would like to see it happening a little bit better. It's not very obvious here. So for that, I'm going to use inside in this blue object. Okay, in the blue volume builder, I'm going to create dilate and erode. So what dilate and erode does, it will add the thickness to the geometry or subtract the thickness from it. So I'm going to say -5, and you can see it is starting to eat away at the geometry. -20 maybe. No, this is not really giving us the effect that we're looking for. Minus, okay, so this one is not working. All right, so let's come up with another solution for this. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to explode this instance. Okay, so you explode it by clicking here, make editable. And basically now we are going to have the same setup as this white geometry. Okay, and I'm going to go, so basically what we have now is this volume measure is inside this volume builder. Okay, and we are going to go here, take these splines and simply give them higher radius so that they do a better job of subtracting. Now you can see, so these punctures have become a lot more, you can see here, a lot more obvious. But you can see now they are no longer connected, this white geometry and this volume builder. Earlier when it was instance, all I had to do was keep editing these splines and then it will update these splines. So maybe using Expresso, you can connect these two splines. I have never done that before and I'm not going to try it right now because it might crash the computers. But I'm sure there is a way to make that work. Okay. Or actually even better, we can just make instances of these splines and feed them here. I think, yeah, that's a smarter solution actually. So I'm going to type instance, and so now I have the instance of the spline 1, and I'm going to feed it here and delete this one. That's better. And similarly, it's going to select the spline 2 and then type instance, and it's going to create an instance for me of that one. Drag it in here and delete this one. So now what we have is these two instances. Okay, and you're going to have to enter the radii value again. So in this volume builder, this has 30 centimeter. In this volume builder, they will have to be at least 40. There you go. Perfect. So now all I have to do is edit this spline and it should do the job. There you go. It is starting to eat into the geometry because these splines, which are instances, they are updating automatically. So you can spend more time on this setup, and make it look nicer, basically. I mean, like, I think in this one I have multiple splines going through, not just one. So you can spend some time on it and make it look a lot nicer. But this is like the basic setup behind it. So you can make copies of the splines inside and add multiple of them, really play with their vertices and create interesting shapes. A lot of fun. Okay, so this one was a little abstract, not very architectural, but sometimes I like to play with these abstract shapes and some good ideas come out of it. So let's say, I don't know, volume builder wings. Yeah, like a butterfly. Okay, let's close this, and now let's look at our final exercise for the day. Okay, which is going to be not this one. Do I have it here? Yeah, there you go. This one. Okay, cool. But I'm going to try to combine another exercise into that. So let's look at, so they are pretty similar basically. In both cases, I'm using volume builder and the particle system. So the particles are flowing and the tracer object is tracing splines along the movement of those particles. And then we use those splines inside volume builder to create these volumes. Okay. In this case, on the right, the particles are simply moving vertically. But in this case, on the left, the particles are moving in a particular guided direction. Okay. So we're going to kind of combine these two exercises so that, we can, learn something more. Okay. So before we start creating volume builder, let's have some introduction to the particles. Okay. So I'm going to type Shift C and type emitter, and that's going to create an emitter object. As you have already guessed, it emits something. So all you have to do is hit play and you will see particles coming out of it. Okay. There are some properties of this. You can say 50 particles, so you will have a lot more particles coming out. You can increase the speed 300, so they will be coming out faster. You can, and of course, let's rotate this 90 degrees so that it is, no, so it doesn't really change while animation is playing. Let's do it now and hit play. There you go. Now it's emitting in the direction we want. Cool. And now let's create a tracer object. Tracer, and now you can see immediately the tracer is tracing these particles. Let's turn off the work plane. Yeah. Which is kind of nice because then now we can use these as splines and curves for our applications. Okay. So the tracer object comes under Mograph. You can see here in the cloner, it is right down here, tracer. Okay. So we are going to again combine Mograph and volume builder to create something cool. I think we have too many points. Maybe let's try 25. Okay. Okay, that's a little bit better. The emitter, if I go to emitter tab, I can give it a bit more size. And you can, I think there's a seed amount as well. No, no seed. Yeah, there is a seed here. So you can, basically it will just give you different variations, but they almost look same. It doesn't really matter. Cool. So now let's start to affect this movement of these particles. So how do we do that? Let's just turn off tracer for a second. Let's just look at the particles. And we go to simulate. Here you see your particles, and then you have forces down here. What we want, the forces. So let me create an attractor point, and I'm gonna bring it here. And now you can see there is a slight variation in the movement of the particles. Let's increase the strength of the attractor to, let's say, 100. And now you can see the points. Let's turn on the tracer. They are starting to attract towards this attractor. Okay. There is another, let's try another one, turbulence. So turbulence is increase the strength to 100. And now you can see they start to kind of waver around. If you increase the scale, they give you kind of this smoother animations. At the 0 scale, they are like a little bit jittery. So then you have this thing, rotation. Yeah. So the rotation will basically start to rotate the points. Again, you have to rotate this. No, I have to pause it first. Let's play now. Yeah, there you go. So it's starting to rotate it. And then again, these particles just are traveling as long as your timeline. Okay, so this is 90 frames. If I make it 300, then they will keep on traveling until they run out of the timeline. Okay, there you go. And they are basically twisting as they go up. Let's bring it down to 90. I think I have created this one project with twisting effects. Let's see if I can find that. No, I cannot find it. Probably I didn't post it. Yeah, this one. Okay, so you can see here there are 5 columns, and basically they are, as the particles travel up, they start to twist. Okay, and then at the top I'm applying turbulence or the attractor point to attract them all together. So very simple setup. you can see how it is made with this setup. Okay. And then of course I put them inside volume builder, and the volume builder helps me create pipes along this path of the particles. But anyway, let's focus on to the projects that we were talking about before. Okay. Okay, so we have this rotation, but now let's bring the field force. Okay, now field force is quite an interesting force. Now it comes with a fall off. Okay, and you have an object in the fall off field. You can enter shader field or whatever, but oh, but I'm interested in the object tag, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a random field. I'm going to bring it inside the field force here. Oh, it's already here. So, okay, cool. And now you can see the particles are starting to, waver around. It's pretty cool. If I go here and go to field force, and now before we have add to velocity, let's change it to change direction. And now you can see something weird happens here. Okay, that they are getting really stuck inside the field. So what we have to do is inside the field force, select the random field, we go to remapping and increase the inner offset to 100%. And even now they're kind of getting stuck. So all we need to do is keep increasing the scale until they are able to escape. Okay, but they're still gonna giving us problems. So let's start using them in these projects, and I will show you the way to get around them. Okay, so let's delete them, and now they're moving freely. Now I'm going to go to elevation. Okay, let's pause this animation and create a spline. Okay, let's go to the points. Let's select all these points, right click and soft interpolation. And again, you can really reposition them. Cool. I'll go here, maybe move them laterally. And there you go. Like, the transitions are not very smooth. So what I can do is in here, I have a spline smooth. And now maybe let's make it bigger and make it a little bit smoother. It's like an iron that will remove the creases. Okay, cool. We have that. And now what we are going to do is we're going to ask the particles to follow this spline, which is basically what is happening here. Okay, so let's create the field force again. Okay, and in field force we're going to bring the spline, and we're going to say change direction, and let's see what happens. If I play it, you can see the particles are going in an opposite direction. So what we need to do is select the points of the spline, Control A, select all, right click, point order, reverse sequence. And now you can see the particles are starting to move along the curve, which is pretty cool. So let's give them more time to travel, about 180 frames. And there you go. Cool. You can use helix, for example, inside, or maybe a more complicated curve. That's okay. So I'm just going to hide this field source so you can see the points better. Let's pause this. And you can see here in this image, even though the points are traveling along a curve, there is still like a I don't know, a random pattern to it. And we created that using random field. So I go here, field force, and let's add a inner field, random field. And the moment we create it, let's say change from max to add, they are creating this lot of jitters. Okay, so how to overcome that? Let's first come to render field here and increase the scale, let's say 500 or maybe even 1000. Now you see there's something interesting starting to happen. Let's hide this random field. Okay, but the particles are dying down as they go up. So we're going to come into field force, select the spline, remapping, and now I'm going to increase the inner offset. And now you will see the spline will have major force than the random field, and it is allowing the points to travel upwards completely. Okay, very cool effect. I really like how it is turning out, but they still kind of go a little away from it, and there is not much we can do about it, unfortunately. Maybe we can like create another spline and add it so that maybe that spline might help us to, you know, keep them together better. And we do that now by creating add. Okay, this is something like Photoshop, you know, if you have it at normal, it's going to completely ignore the spline underneath. That's why we do it add, so that it is adding both the splines. And now you can see maybe they're doing a little bit better. I don't know. Maybe let's go in here and increase the inner offset of the second one. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I think they're staying more closer to the spline now. Earlier they were like wavering outside. Cool. So 180, maybe let's make it, no, let's not increase the timeline. Let's just increase the speed of the particles. So instead of 300, let's say 500. So they will just, you know, cover the distance faster. Okay, there you go. Nice. And you see at the top, they start to die down because there is the spline, you know, they run out of spline basically. So let's go back and play again. And yeah, let's kind of bring it till here. Okay, that's cool. And now I'm gonna go select the tracer, right click, current state to object. So now what we have is, let's hide all of them. So what I'm doing here is I'm holding down Alt, clicking on one and dragging my mouse upwards. So I can quickly copy paste the signal. Okay. Otherwise, we'll have to do it one by one. Whereas you just do one and drag it up. But all this time you have to hold down your Alt and left click. Remember that. Cool. So everything else is disabled, and now, or let's disable it like this. Okay. And now we have these curves, very interesting curves. Let's put them inside volume builder. And there you go. Immediately you have this geometry taking shape. Let's reduce the voxel size 4. Let's select the tracer. Maybe let's reduce it to 5 centimeters. Now, of course, the radius has to be bigger than the voxel size. Otherwise, you know, it will not create those pipes. So let's say 5, or maybe let's say 3, and reduce the voxel size to 2. And now you can see we don't have a continuous pipe. So for that, we need to increase the density, 0.4. There you go. Cool. And now let's create close and open. And now the close and open will start to bridge the gaps between these pipes. and gives a lot of interesting shapes. At 20, you can see here at the left bottom, it is calculating. So the close and open is a little bit heavy on the computer. Nice, that's looking very interesting. Now you can see how these geometries are created. I think I would like to create some other permutations of these particles, because I think maybe from this angle, you don't see a lot happening, but maybe from this angle you can see it's more interesting. Okay, so when you are doing it, maybe in the random field, you can try different seeds and it will give you different result. Okay, but for now, let's move further. Now I don't like what's happening here at the top, so we are going to subtract that using this cube. So think of volume builder as a Boolean object that is, you can subtract and add geometries. So now in the elevation mode, I cannot see the geometry because our volume builder, it's still a volume. There is no mesh attached to it. So let's put it inside volume measure, and now you can see it here. So the cube, let's move it here and bring it inside the volume builder. And the first thing it's going to do it's going to add it with the union, but let's change it to subtract. And after some processing, it will subtract it. There you go. So it kind of trimmed our geometry. Maybe the faster way is to just bring this out and let's hide this cube. And okay, this cube is hidden, but what you are seeing right now is the volume. Okay, go to elevation mode. Let's hide the volume. Go to the point mode and you can simply delete these. Okay, so that way your computer will have one less step to process. When you put it inside volume builder, you no longer need the cube. Go inside. There you go. Just less taxing on your computer. But now you see this close and open is no longer working because it is under. You have to bring the tracer object below the close and open and give some time for calculation. That's cool. Okay, now let's add some, let's add the slabs and the this corner columns. Okay, so 600, maybe 25, 600. 25 is too much. Maybe 15 or even 10. We add it in the cloner object and we see the lines. You can see this geometry is very, very dense. We change the cloner object to linear mode and increase this to maybe 200, maybe 150, and add the count. Okay, then you can see the curves are falling short. Maybe you can simply, this 991, and we have 8 geometries at 150. So this is about 1050. So I'm going to make this height 1050 and it's going to extend it up, or rather like scale it up. Okay, there you go. Cool. And with the cloner here, the rotation, I'm going to add maybe 10% or 10 degrees and it's going to twist. Okay, and with the help of this spline pen, I'm just simply going to trace these corners, but because the snap is not on, it's not allowing me to trace the corners. So let's enable snap, and now 2, 3. No, Here you go. And now if you want to copy it, you can either copy it manually and then rotate it every time. Instead of, let's just put it in inside another cloner. No, just select the spline and Alt cloner. So we have a grid array. We want a radial array. We want only 4 counts. We don't want any radius. So there you go. We have it in all 4 corners. And now all of this will go inside volume builder. Cool. There you go. Still processing. Okay, let's turn off the lines so we can see it better. Now, we forgot one thing. This spline is still kind of like polygonal. So let's check it out. I'm just going to disable the volume builder for a second. Yeah, better. This one goes back in. We have to work on this spline. Yeah. Select all the points, right click, soft interpolation. Better. And now we can go in here. Again, SDF close and open is at the bottom. We have to bring this down here. So I'm going to place SDF close and open below these 2 cloners because I don't want it to work on the slabs and this corner columns. Okay. Maybe corner columns. That could be nice. Cloner 1. So I'm going to bring cloner 1 under this. And now let's enable the volume builder. Give it some time to calculate. There you go. But these corner columns are extremely slender. So select the volume builder. It's still, yeah, processing. Okay. 3 centimeters. Let's change it to 20. Processing. Now, not good, but let's increase the voxel size so we can reduce the processing time. Okay, now you can see the main curve vanished because the radius was 3 centimeter. So let's bring it to 5 centimeter so we can still see it. But the resolution is not good, but that's okay. We can bring it down later. So this one, maybe just 5 centimeter. No, 8 centimeters. Yeah, better. I think I made some mistake here while placing the points of the curve. It's not exactly very smooth, but I will, you guys be more careful when you're doing that. And now we can reduce the resolution. Cool. That's it. You can see. So in this one, actually, I think this one looks nicer because I used the points just to travel vertically, and probably I used a larger emitter, so they are more evenly spaced, okay, or like distributed across the building. In this model, I think I kept the emitter smaller, and also I used a curve, to guide particles, so they are kind of restricted in that area. But there is another application for it, which is this. So you can create such wooden sculptures using this particle moment inside volume builder. Cool. Oh, all right. So I see a couple of questions. Okay. So are the environments in your renders modeled in C4D or is it a post process from Photoshop? There is no Photoshop here. It's all modeling. So for the environments, let's look at this image again. Okay. So in this environment, what you have is the grass and the trees. This is more of a rendering question, but let's answer that. So I have a plugin for creating trees, which is called Forester for Cinema 4D. Okay, let's open their website and have a look at it. Forester 3D. Okay, so 3D Quakers, Forester, and basically it allows you to create trees inside Cinema 4D. Okay, it's a very cool plugin. You can create parametric trees inside it. You can control each and every factor of the tree. You can control number of branches, amount of leaves, everything. Okay, so that's how the environment is created in this one, and of course rendered with Octane Render. So yeah, hopefully in future we'll have an opportunity to create an Octane Render tutorial, but today we're just focusing on modeling. Now let me see if I have missed something before we end today's session.
Yeah, let me know if you're done with the tutorials. Are you there?
Okay, let's maybe
Can you guys
look
hear
at
me?
some things here.
Can someone write yes or something if they can hear me?
Well, anyway, this exercise is done. Let me close this file and open a new one.
I think maybe Amy's speakers aren't working.
We have a new file, and let's look at some of these curve primitives. Okay. Oh wait, there was one more question, right? Yeah, I forgot. Is there a way to create a gradient in the attraction strength as the C value of spline increases, such that the particles comes nearer towards the end? I think there is a way, but I'll have to figure that out first before showing it here. Again, this will be a very advanced tutorial, so but I will try to find the solution, and if I can share it with all of you, that'll be I'll be happy to do that. Okay, that is all with the questions. Let's just quickly look at some curve primitives, so that just we have covered most of the basics. Then rectangle, okay, width, height, rounding, radius of the rounding, plane. Okay, you can like just play with these settings and you will gradually understand what they do. Like this will make it more, it's like a resolution of the curve basically. And then let's create let's say a flower. Okay, let's give it a xz and let's position it here. And then I can go here and say, okay, I want to access these two. So let's select both of them. And now I say spline union, and it will unite both the splines. Okay. Or you can go in here and say spline subtract. So it will subtract the second spline from the first one. So it's like a boolean of splines. But just let's maybe position it a little bit better. Unfortunately, this is not exactly a parametric setup, so you cannot really, like once you do spline union, you cannot really go back to the individual elements and reposition them. Once you have it, you have it. And then if you want to extrude this, you can use this extrude. So while holding down Alt, I'll click extrude and it will give us then extrusion. Now, if you do a 0 extrusion, basically it will give you a flat surface. Okay. And you can have caps on or off. So let's say 100. Now, if you do 100, it is going in a negative direction. That is because our spline has a reverse sequence. So let's go to the points mode, select all point order, reverse sequence, and now you'll see it is extruding in the right direction. Now the direction is set to auto, but you can say X, Y, and Z, okay? Which we will use mostly. So 1, 2 subdivisions you can add, okay? Depending on your needs. Isoprem subdivisions, they don't really do anything. And of course, caps on, off, okay? And you can add like bevels to the caps. So a lot of controls, a lot of parametric controls again. So that's the extrude one. Then you have lathe object. I think you are probably familiar with these ones. Oh wait, they have a spline mask. So I think this does a parametric job of playing with two splines. Let's check that out. Let's create inside, XZ, and okay, flower again. Put that here and let's get a spline mask and let's make both of them a child spline mask, and they have a union. Create cap. Yeah, there you go. It has to be XZ, plane XZ, and now I can reposition this so that very cool. Well, they don't really need to have these anymore because once you have spline mask, they become obsolete. And of course, you have option to subtract, and or a lot of things. And of course, you can create a cap at the end, which gives you kind of a flat surface. Very cool. And then, of course, you can use cloth surface to give it a thickness, or you can use extrude object to give it a thickness. Okay, extrude object will only work with the curves. Okay, it will not be able to give thickness to a plane, for example. Okay, no surfaces, only curves. Okay, then lathe, sweep, loft. I think you guys already are familiar with these concepts. You can try them on your own. Then in Mograph also, we skipped some like more spline. But again, these are like, I don't really know any architectural applications of them, but you guys can, explore them on your own. Earlier we looked at Mograph selection also, and then you have Mograph weight paintbrush. They are also a bit advanced concepts. And then at the bottom, you have this linear clone tool, radial grid. Basically, they are again obsolete because of the cloner object. Basically, they do the same, but cloner object is cooler because you can work with effectors and fields and have a lot better effect on things. Cool. And then at the end, you have this like infinite floor, for example, sky object, environments, camera objects, lights, and those will fall into more advanced category. You can also have character animation, which is also very, very cool, which is like a huge chapter in itself. Of course, we're not going to look at it today. We are going to try to keep it as architectural as possible today. And of course, I'm not an expert in character animation. So, but I just want to let you know what are, different segments in Cinema 4D. Okay. Hair objects. Yeah, you can create a lot of hair objects. This is actually like not just hair, but it's super cool thing to do in itself. Like, again, a massive chapter. Again, there are YouTube tutorials available. You can always indulge into that. What else we have here? Yeah, in the effectors, again, in effector tab, you have a lot of other effectors. So let's say you have a sound effector. So you can actually use a sound clip to drive your cloners. Okay. Very, very powerful. Then you have step effectors, time effectors. Again, like these are the ones you will use very, very less, like maybe 5% of the time. The random effector or the shader effector or the plane effector is something that you'll be using 90% of the time. Then you also have formula effector. Formula effector will basically like enter formulas and manipulate your clones. So again, very powerful tool, but again, you will not be using it a lot. Again, depending on the applications, some people might find a lot more applications to it. Okay, here I think we looked at instances, remesh, polygon reduction, bool object, yeah, atom arrays. There are some more cool things, metabol, for example, but again, not many architectural applications. Cool. I think we had a very long session of 6.5 hours. I think I will stop here now. Hey, Michael, how are you?
I think your speaker's not working.
Wait, I cannot hear you.
Yeah, your speaker's not working.
Ah, wait, I'm mute. Sorry, go on.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you. Sorry.
Cool. This was really good. A lot of information.
Yeah.
So it's very cool for me to see. You can put your camera on now if you want.
Oh, yeah. Let me. There you go. Okay.
There we go. I guess we could start. If anyone, it's a long session. If anyone has any question they want to ask live, just
Yeah, I
click
think
the raise.
Yashraj has some question. One more question. I think, have you used Houdini? If yes, what do you feel C4D lacks in which Houdini has, and vice versa, as an artist? So I have not used Houdini. I think Michael here is an expert on Houdini, so maybe he can answer this question.
No, about
But
expert.
sorry. But before I hand it over to you, there is a plugin for Cinema4D which is called X Particles. Okay, a very, very powerful plugin. Basically, it brings Houdini to Cinema4D, and you can do a lot of cool stuff inside. Okay, you can do fluid simulations, fire smokes, particle effects, and again, a massive chapter in itself. I have never used it because it's $1,000 subscription every year, and I don't really have applications for it. But yes, you can kind of do a lot of Houdini stuff inside Cinema4D. Okay, sorry, Michael, I give it to you.
For me, I just don't. I don't care too much. Like I don't think so much about like which software is better or whatever. Just like use a software to get what you're trying to do done. Doesn't really matter. Like as long as you can effectively use the tool. They all have advantages and disadvantages. So
yeah, totally.
Yeah. There's like these kind of weird conversations like,
yeah,
Maya is better than Rhino. It's like, I don't know, who cares? Just like
exactly.
Use the software and use whatever and just get like stuff done. People make awesome stuff in all software, I think.
Exactly.
So I don't really know. I never used C4D, so I can't speak to it. I use Houdini just because I enjoy learning it, but
yeah. Well,
it just depends what you're trying to do.
Yeah. Well, as I said, I have a preference in rendering and doing animations. That's why I moved away from Rhino. Yeah. Maybe now with Grasshopper, you are probably able to do it, but I still think that Rhino kind of lacks the rendering techniques, like rendering.
Oh yeah, I never.
Tools. Yeah.
I haven't rendered in Rhino since the first time I ever touched Rhino, probably like 8 years ago.
Exactly.
With like a version of V-Ray for like 6 months, and then I was like, never again.
Yeah. Again, I think it's different. Yeah, absolute pain to bring trees in Rhino. Like it's impossible.
Yeah.
So it's just the way Rhino is, structured.
Yeah, I mean, I
Uh,
use Rhino Grasshopper at work because it's very technical and can get
yes, it gives
very
you precise
accurate down
things.
to the
Exactly,
millimeters and
exactly.
for
That is where
different
Cinema
things.
4D sucks. Like you cannot really do very precise modelings. There
Yeah,
is
well,
no
I mean,
graphing,
most
of
of these,
course.
too, like Cinema 4D, Maya,
Maya, yeah,
Houdini,
yeah,
they're not accurate modelers. They're like concepts, uh, motion graphics, animation. Like these things don't need exact measurements.
yeah,
So
yeah, exactly. Because they're for visual effects. But yeah, they're more geared towards architecture, concept development, and then you bring your model to Rhino, and then maybe make drawings out of it.
yeah,
But
and eventually, and usually to Revit after. So
yeah, so maybe directly to Revit or whichever way.
does
I think there
anyone?
is.
I was gonna say, if anyone wants to ask a question live, just click the raise hand button.
I think there is one question. If we get the exercise files, yes, you will get all the exercise files. So I will, save. I have saved all of them, so I'll share with them. So I'll share them with you.
Yeah,
Cool. Yeah,
I
let's
think
just
we
hang
answered
around for.
everything else.
Yeah, let's just hang around for a couple of minutes in case somebody has questions.
I think it's okay. They won't ask anything now. Uh,
Okay.
people enjoy it. I think I enjoyed it. I mean, for me, it was interesting because I never really seen anyone use it before. So
Yeah, I think the ability to create these quick animations is really powerful. I mean, you look at those animations and they appear quite intimidating. For example, this one, they appear quite intimidating, but actually, once you understand how they're done, like the setups are very easy. So it's
and
just like
it's
what.
just about having a good GPU after that.
Oh, exactly. That's what I was about to say. You need a good PC for that. A GPU and probably also a good processor who can carry out these calculations.
But you're using
Because
Octane with GPU, right?
yeah, but the processing of the animation itself, like the geometry, is done
Yeah.
by the processor, and then the GPU renders it. But yeah, like I have been using 1080 Ti graphic card now for 4 years, and I'm trying to get hold of 3090, so
So I
that
have
will.
now 39.
Yeah, you mentioned the other day. So that will allow me to create a lot more animations, which will be fun.
It's crazy the difference. I
Oh,
have
yes.
in my computer now. I have an RTX 3090, and then for the CPU, I have a Threadripper
Yeah.
3970X, which is like
Yeah.
also really crazy. But
Yes.
even the Threadripper, it's like 32 core crazy.
Yeah.
But like for instance, the same rendering on the Threadripper can take like 20 minutes, and then on the 3090 takes like literally like 7 seconds or something like that. It's
Exactly.
like it's insane,
Exactly.
insane
Yeah.
how fast.
Yeah. Really looking forward to the new graphic card.
All right,
Yes.
well, I
So
don't
there are
think
more
anyone
questions
else.
actually. Would you share your hardware specs you use? Yeah. Let's just.
We
Well,
just did, yeah.
my computer is like really old, so I mean, like now already 4 years old. So I'm not really going to recommend the same config. Let's see. But then of course, I have an i7, 32 GB of RAM, and of course, 1080 Ti graphic card. Those are the things that you really need. Also, I will recommend to have a powerful power supply, like a large size, about 1000 watts. So in
Oh yeah.
future, if you want to add multiple graphic cards, you have a space for it. Because these new graphic cards, they really eat up a lot of power, like 250 watts at a time. So yeah, I mean, I have a 1500 watts power supply. It can handle 3 graphic cards. So, you know, uh, yeah, that's pretty much it. I think the CPU prices have really dropped down recently because, AMD changed the game a lot. And like now you get i9 high-end processors, extreme processors for $500, which is impossible a few years ago. You would have to pay $1,500 maybe for that.
Also, the GPUs are dropped now because of the crypto banning in China. They're all kind of like they're offloading their GPUs
Oh
to
yeah,
the
exactly.
market
Now
for
hopefully
discount.
the GPUs will be available now for the common people to buy. So yeah, but again, the new generation GPUs like the 1390 series especially, they are just insane. Like there is like 4 times 5 times faster than the previous generation. So with that we will see a lot more cool work being done online, because it's just more accessible now.
Oh yeah, for sure.
All right.
Even like laptops and stuff. So, okay, yeah, I think we should end it.
Yeah, we almost did 7 hours. Nice.
Yeah, cool. I think everyone's tired.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Anyway, just watch it later.
Yeah. All right. Well, thank you, Amey. It was just really insightful. Thank you, everyone who attended the entire thing.
Yeah. Thank you again. Yeah, thank you. I really appreciate everybody's response, and thank you for your patience for being with me. This was my first time. I'm sure I made some mistakes, but
it's good to me.
I hope it was all good. Okay, this question: is there an easy way to replace every quadrant of a mesh with an external geometric mesh or random selection of many geometric meshes? Okay, I didn't understand half of this question.
I don't know. I think it means to put a geometry on each face or something.
Oh yeah, I can show that quickly. That's actually a good question. Let's see. So clone our object. Let's create a sphere. Sphere. Cube is a child of the cloner object. And go to the object tab, change it to object mode, and I will feed sphere as an object. Okay. So let's scale up the sphere so we see what's happening. So now the cubes are being projected on this sphere. If I go to cloner tab, now I have some options here. Distribution surface. I can change it to vertex. So it is being applied to every vertex. There is polygon center. So it is being applied to every polygon. And you have surface. So they're just, randomly placed. And volume means they are inside the volume. Let's look at the edge because that is the most interesting one. So you can actually scale them on the edge. And let's maybe scale it down more. And here you go. So you can actually extract them like that. So again, if I read the question, every quadrant of a mesh with an external geometric mesh. So yeah, basically this was it. Yeah. So you can, I think you can just change it to the polygon center. So basically every surface has been replaced with this cube. Okay. And we'll change the sphere to icosahedron. So maybe, that gives us more even distribution. You can, of course, change this cube to, I don't know, a polygon, like a triangular polygon, and you have, or like anything that you want. Cool. All right. I hope that that answered your question.
Let's end it.
Yeah. Okay. Let's go for it. Okay.
Thank you all.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, everyone. I will share the files with you. Okay. Bye-bye. Have a good rest of the day.
I'll send you a message how we can give them the files.
Yes. All right. Let's do that. Right. Cool. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Later.